Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. Three-eyed Magpie, thank you for dropping by. I know you're busy. Mod life can do that. Take care, and thank you for dropping by. We are just returning to our first playthrough of Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Actually, we're done with the game, the main story at least. So for today, we're going to be going through all the side stories. So, as far as I could tell, there aren't any psychological horror elements to it. These are all really slice of life, wholesome stories about the literature club. So, I'm excited to experience those. It's going to be a change from the main story. And we're going to be getting through that today. But before that, I think I was able to put in the right sequence of events to get the good ending. So before getting to the side stories, we're gonna go ahead and start with the good ending. If I did it right, if I did it right, we'll know. If I didn't, then we just go straight into the side stories. It's no biggie. But Doki Doki, welcome back, Sanguine. This is it. We did one chapter already of the side stories, and it's actually very wholesome, and it made me tear up. No joke about that. And we also got some mail for more metaverse things. Check this out. So this is the virtual desktop. My wallpaper's the not related to Facebook in any way. Again, I just find it hilarious that Facebook is ending up as the metaverse and it just fits right in. So put on your tinfoil hats. It could be one big connected conspiracy. You know how it is. Before we check the mail and get into the whole meta aspect of the story, because I'm not sure what the hell it's about yet, or why all of this is disguised in a dating sim, which quickly gets out of control. So we're gonna start right now with the ending, check our mail, get to the side stories. Then if we have time after the stream, we can play around, check the files, and try to uncover more of the metaverse. Also hang out and relish in the fact that, I don't know, this game surprisingly really caught me. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. So much so that, I got my own, Monica sent a poem and sent over those standees, the physical edition. So thank you, Monica, for that. Let's get right to it. All right. So, I'm not sure if anyone is lurking, but the people who just joined in right now, we already know what happened. So this is the very ending, and this is gonna go straight into the good ending. If I did things right. We already deleted Monica's file, and I'm gonna be seeing this for the first time. I hate to do it, let's do Monica, but we can always just reset the game. It is just a game after all. When I did the soft stream to get to the good ending, well, obviously I wasn't recording the game anymore. So Monica had other things to say. One of her advice was that if you're suffering from depression, or if you know someone who is suffering from depression, just being kind can change someone's life. If you do know someone who is having a hard time, make some, as Monica suggests, make plans with them. Just to help them get through the day. Tell them you'll see them tomorrow, or lend them a book, so they have something to look forward to. So surprisingly, Monica had some very wholesome things to say despite her AI kind of going out of control. But if this is the good ending, let's end our playthrough on a happy note. Today may be our last day of Doki Doki Literature Club, and I'd like to say goodbye to the club on a good note. But for now, we had to delete Monica. Mako, what's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, Mako. Please hurry and help me. Help me! We had to delete Monica. Did you do this to me, Mako? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? How could you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much, Mako. I hope this is the good ending, Magpie. I'm worried now. I trusted you. Do you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Mako, you completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. Damn, is this supposed to be the good ending? That's pretty much what happened last time. I still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends. I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. I'm just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. Mako. I know I said that I deleted everyone else. But that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it. Even though I knew they weren't real. They were still my friends. And I loved them all. And I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm going to do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, then I don't know, Sanguine. Do you know how a breakup feels like? We proceed as normal, I believe, and we should be getting the good ending. I really hope so. It's an ordinary school day like any other. It's nice seeing them again after a week. I miss them. Aha! It's this new dialogue! This is it. I think we did it correct. I think I did it correctly. I think this is gonna be the good ending. All right. I guess the meeting's over, huh? Yeah, looks like it. It's nice to see everyone getting along, isn't it? Isn't it? I think everyone likes you too, Mako. You think so? Well, everyone always seems to get along a little better with you around, Sayori. Oh, Mako. Don't say something like that. It's embarrassing. Well, whatever. I was surprised when... Thank you so much, Gorgol, for renewing your subscription to this. There was surprisingly a lot of bloodshed in this game, but today is a wholesome stream. Or so I've been told. The side stories, just straight up slice of life anime about the literature club and its members. So we're gonna experience that together. Thank you so much for renewing this subscription. I need to give you guys more for this subscription. I want to give you guys value. But it's been such a great few months, honestly. Thank you so much. Well, you played through this already, right? Or, I mean, you know about what happens. But yeah, side stories are new to this edition. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club. But I think you're pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Right, yeah, the mainline story. But we're done with that. This is supposed to be a good ending of the mainline story. As recommended from Magpie. Thank you, Magpie, for bringing that up. We did it. We're getting the good ending. And we're going to the side stories. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Now that you joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey, Mako. I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything. But the truth is, I already knew you were going to. There's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for spending so much time with us all. You worked so hard to make each and every one of us happy. You comforted us through our hard times. And you helped us all get along with each other. You get it, Mako? Because I'm president now, I understand everything. You really didn't want to miss a single thing in this game, did you? You saved and loaded so many times, just to make sure you could spend time with everyone. Only someone who truly cares about the literature club would go that far. But all along, that's all I ever wanted. For everyone to be happy and care about each other. It's kind of sad, you know? For all you've done for us, there isn't much I can do for you in return. We've already reached the end of the game. So... Why am I tearing up? It's just a game! They're just AI. They're just NPCs. This is where we say goodbye. Thank you for playing Doki Doki Literature Club. I don't know why. I'm going to miss you, Mako. Come visit sometime, okay? We'll always be here for you. We all love you. This was a happier ending.
Can you hear me?
We even get
Hi,
Monica.
it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah.
And as the last, we're gonna see if Monica.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you.
This is a way more positive ending. Yeah.
In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day?
Oh. So, well, I guess that is the good ending.
Have I found everybody a fun
So
assignment to do today?
to get this ending, it had to be one playthrough.
When you're here, everything that
You had to write poems for all of the girls. Like you do one of them first, make a save file, reload, do it with another one, reload, do it with the last one, reload, then continue. Sorry, then continue your playthrough. And instead of one playthrough, I guess they recognized that. Sayori recognized that. So it seems that they're still deleting the whole game. But since we took the time to really write poems for everyone, Sayori's AI didn't go insane. Yeah, that's one of her CGs.
If I take your is it love if I set you free?
I don't know why Monica sounds so familiar.
The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality? If I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
Yeah, this is the letter from the creator. Well, I mean, I googled how to get this ending, so it wasn't exactly earned, but to the special player who received this special ending. For years, I've been enamored by the ability of visual novels and games in general to tell stories in ways not possible using traditional media. Doki Doki Literature Club is my love letter to that. Games are an interactive art. Some let you explore new worlds, some challenge your mind in brand new ways. Some make you feel like a hero or a friend, even when life is hard on you. Some games are just plain fun, and that's okay too. Everyone likes different kinds of games. People who enjoy dating sims may have a heightened empathy for fictional characters, or they might be experiencing feelings that life has not been kind enough to offer them. If they are enjoying themselves, then that's all that matters. That goes for shooting games, casual games, sandbox games, anything. Preferences are preferences, and our differences are the reason we have a thriving video game industry. My own favorite games have always been ones that challenge the status quo. Even if not a masterpiece, any game that attempts something wildly different may earn a special place in my heart. Anything that further pushes the limitless bounds of interactive media. I extend my gratitude to all those who have taken the time to achieve full completion. I hope you enjoyed playing it as much as I enjoyed making it. Thank you for being a part of my literature club. Love, Dan Salvato. It's a love letter to video games. Thank you so much, Dan Salvato and Salvato Games. Coincidentally, Dan Salvato is also the one who started the Frankie TV emotes, the one we're using right now on Twitch. Frank TTV, I believe. Yeah, Franker Face Z. Apparently, he's in charge of that as well. So yeah, there's this Franker Face Z. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is. It's like these words were always there. We as gamers, deep down, but Dan Salvato put it down on words. And it's good to hear it out loud and hear it from someone else. And that concludes all the endings for the mainline story. And if I wish to revisit them again, I'll have to reset, or we can get into the side stories now. But first, it's not just a game. There's something going on in the metaverse, everyone. But first, let's take a peek at the new pictures we unlocked. So if you haven't seen it yet, these are the CGs that we're missing. We already saw Yuri's, but this is Sayori's and Yuri's. So we were able to get everything. We needed this for the good ending. Some sketches. It was the chibi ones. It was the first concept of the DDLC chibis. And the initial sketches, collection of each of the characters' original sketches before being outlined and colored in. Natsuki's head angle was changed to make her pose more natural and candid, rather than striking a model-like pose. Yep, all that's left now are side stories, Sanguine. And this is a new addition to the game. To this version of the game. Oh, we have it here. A special gratitude received by achieving full completion of the story. And the meta content. Yeah, let's not forget about that. The meta content is all encompassing. Let's dive into the mail before we get into the side stories. What did we get? Remember, we got this. So I guess let's just tease the metaverse a bit. We received mail from Ive Laster. I'm on leave the rest of the week. Contact Ravi if you need to schedule server time. But I expect my jobs to run for a few days since we've collected so much data this week. They're probably using DDLC to collect our data through Monica. How about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? So I actually have the business card of Ravi and Ravi's contact details, but I have not contacted them about scheduling server time. But these are new ones now. Oh, Rhea Vorte about side stories. This was sent 2019, so pretty old. Thank you to everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to so delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the virtual machine. So Monica was... You were fighting against Monica. Or trying to keep Monica's in the dark. Just to clarify, all of the recordings labeled side stories are part of the control simulation, right? I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a little bit from those in VM1. Even trivial ones. Is it part of the butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes? Or is it a result of her just messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment? Or for fun? So if I'm keeping track, we have what? Like 5 different universes in total? With 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality, they all are. As real as ours is, anyway. This is Rhea Vorta. She's the system administrator. And so the plot thickens. Character discrepancy from Lib Musi. Having run the control simulation for a while, I guess the control simulation is DDLC, it's evident that a certain character is missing from any mention or appearance. This makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think, because she would have had to manufacture this character herself as a way of forcing interaction between her and the user. Could that be why the character has such limited and dissonant personality traits? Or am I reading too much into this? I'll open an issue to start tracking info and observations on the anomaly of this character appearing. Which character was this? Her character? Because she did change the code of the game just to get an ending with us. So yeah, there's this whole thing going on. Now we know something about it being control simulation. And Monica was something that they're designing around or designing for, and they're gathering data for something. Huh. In the side stories, I guess they're just acknowledging here that there will be discrepancies, but it's hard to keep track because Monica creates and destroys universes. We already did a few in all my playthroughs, including the ones I played on stream. I think we've already destroyed 4. Yeah, or roughly 4 universes, quote unquote. So my question is, what the heck is Monica supposed to be? Is this really part of the Facebook conspiracy? Is this even more data? Are they gathering more data to control the world? We're gonna have to dive into that after all that. But I do want to end our 4-week long stream with all the side stories. But there's a lot to look back here. For example, here, a lot of files we can dig into here. I can't imagine how much more complicated this was in the original version. I don't know too much, Magpie. Are you working for Metaverse? Is this Are you and Bloody Mary working for Metaverse? Is that why Bloody Mary convinced me to get the game? And you perpetuating the idea about this, making me get the good ending, giving me tips about what to do. I see what you guys are doing. Well, Metaverse isn't gonna find me. So the only characters left are right. The game's broken right now because Monica's deleted. But we have games here. This is where you get the code. This is where you get the number of points to write them a perfect poem. We did so already. We can't open these files. So all we have left for the data collection are the attributions and the traceback. There must be clues in here somewhere. But okay, now we're not going to go into this rabbit hole right now. But I do appreciate this metaverse. And Dan Salvato was right. Like I said last week, I know my thoughts were like all over the place, but my point was basically that this is the kind of story that really used the medium to its advantage. Like to adapt this into a film or a television series would lose a lot of the, player agency was a very major part of this, or at least the lack of it and the commentary on it. So it would have been different if they adapted it elsewhere, but yeah, he really used this in a great way. So we have a lot to get through. According to Dan Salvato himself, this is actually going to be longer than the mainline game. So sit back, relax, and I hope me trying to voice these characters is not turning you off from the stream, but I'm enjoying it quite a lot. So we already started with Trust 1. We're gonna pick off with Trust 2. What happened was, well, Sayori was the first member, so she became vice president. Monica's been struggling to figure out how to gain more members because you need a minimum of 3 members. So they decided to go on a hunt and find people reading books to give them pamphlets if they wish to join the literature club. They actually found Yuri, an upperclassman. But embarrassingly, Yuri didn't pay them any attention when they approached. She was buried in her book, so we awkwardly just left her a flyer. But thanks to Sayori's bubbly personality, there's hope for the literature club. It's all about trust, everyone. This is Trust Part 2. Maybe we'll get more metaverse aspects after this. Alright, time for sad pling plong music. Just a sec. Alright, I just had to send off a message. Some people might be interested in tuning in for these. Send off a message. Oh my god, that's a double thing. Alright. Yuri, I did search it up. I know Dan Salvato put there that everyone here is 18 years old and older. Okay, let's leave it at that. Another day passes in a flash, and it's already time for the next club meeting. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club tasks, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. Sayori, for all her bubbly personality, is actually suffering from depression. She dropped her folder. Monica found the poem, and if this was a true expression of what Sayori is really feeling and deep down inside, it is at the same time beautiful and tragic. About plucking the last flower, wringing out the last ounce of joy, while the rest of the flower field around you is wilted. It's pretty heavy, but Monica discovered that poem and learned that there's something more behind the smile of Sayori. So although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club tasks, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. I'm so stupid. How did I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori's going through these kinds of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? This whole time, I didn't think to ask her about her own feelings. So much for the stupid vision. Sayori enters the club room with her usual smile. But upon seeing the downcast Monica, her smile quickly fades into an expression of concern. Monica? Is everything okay? I'm really sorry. I'm such a terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. I made this all about myself. Even you said so yesterday. You told me that I'm trying to make the club that I need the most, right? But my problems are so trivial compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. What are you talking about? But as she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. I left my folder here. Monica stares blankly ahead, unable to come up with a response. I wasn't ready to share those. Now you're worrying about me. I don't want that. But why? We're friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other. I want to be here for you as much as you're here for me. Another long moment passes in silence. The air is incredibly heavy. This is different. It wasn't just about you yesterday. It was about the club. Besides, things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. I don't want it. I like happy. So, if you do this, then you're just being selfish. Monica massages her forehead, struggling through the frustration of such a paradox. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things. But, as unfair as it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore the needs of her friend. I'm sorry I looked. I disrespected your privacy. No, I don't blame you for looking. You would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Yeah. Monica takes a deep breath. Okay. I understand that you don't want me to worry. And I think I'll be able to put this aside so that we can move on. But can you promise me something? Promise you what? Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. This is the Literature Club. It's a place where people can express themselves in the ways that life normally doesn't allow them to. That's the vision. In fact, it's our vision. Right the way into your heart. Or whatever. So, I just want you to promise me that you'll remember that too. It doesn't have to be right now, but I want to be here for you when you need it. I want us to be ourselves like that. Sayori smiles gently. I'll promise if you promise. Unable to help it, Monica returns Sayori's smile. I promise. Me too. As the conversation closes, the mood in the room is lifted. With that behind them, it's time to proceed with the club activities. So, wanna teach me about poetry? Huh? But what about recruitment? It's fine. We have plenty of time for that. But right now, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, I do have to fulfill my end of the promise, you know? There's no way I could say no to that. Just don't expect much. I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. That's fine. I think I just need, some motivation. I never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You kinda just need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that wouldn't come out any good. It's not supposed to. You're gonna have to fight your perfectionist mind in this one. You can just start by writing your feelings and see what kinds of things it makes you think of. And then you can turn your feelings into a little story. You can get your feelings down first and then make it sound pretty later. It's not like building a railroad where you go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage where you find all the things you want to put in and then you arrange them in a pretty way. At least that's how I do it. It's not like it's the only way. But it's really good to not get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah. I always get so caught up in how it sounds that I forget what's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper to start writing on. Stop being a perfectionist. You idiot. I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out, "You idiot," after she writes it down. No, keep it. What? Why? Are you calling me an idiot? Of course not. But the point is that you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. But I was just, well, yeah. Underneath the scribble, Monica rewrites, "You idiot." She stares at the paper. Her words stare back at her. It's kind of funny how I wrote down what I'm mad at myself for, and then I did that exact thing anyway. This is really gonna take some getting used to. I believe in you. Thanks. I do too. Me, I mean. But also you, of course. Monica continues to exercise, jotting down her thoughts. It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write without overthinking it. It is, chat, it is. But after a while, with Sayori's guidance and encouragement, Monica's sheet of paper begins to look fairly lively, peppered with all of her random thoughts. Phew. Monica looks up and down at her sheet. Gosh, I feel so tense looking at this. I hate it. But it's also kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you're trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Don't give me too much credit. I'd have to try really, really hard at it. But I think it's something that I'll enjoy doing. With you. Sayori beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try to work on a new flyer for the club. I won't be so picky about the language. Yay! Let's do it! Monica and Sayori proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. Finally, they begin to truly feel it's only a matter of time before they find more members. Content warning. Suicidal thoughts and self-hate. I should probably turn back on the content warning. I know the side stories don't have... It's not as extreme as the main one, but we're not sure what to expect. So just to be sure, let's put on the content warning. Right, content warning is back on. So once again, everyone, if you're just tuning in, content warning, we are going to deal with suicidal thoughts and self-hate. Please be warned. This game can get pretty heavy. You've been warned. Another day passes. As usual, Monica is the first one to the club room. With her is a printout of the revised Literature Club flyer, complete with all the new ideas Monica and Sayori came up with. If only this was the flyer we gave to that one reading girl. If only this was the flyer we gave to that one reading girl the other day. It's so much more attractive than the old one. But the new catchphrase is clearly featured in the center of the flyer. Write the way into your heart. Surely, common sense would say that one writes from the heart, not into the heart. But the message being delivered is that one can use writing to discover themselves. Hopefully, Monica and Sayori had thought that it would be enough to garner some curiosity from students. Why do I feel so tense looking at this? Monica thinks back to the previous meeting when she performed the writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? How am I supposed to be president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to be about? The literature club is truly beginning to take form. But with that, the weight on Monica's shoulders only becomes heavier. Debate club was always about rigid structure, formulating airtight points and counterpoints and delivering them with conviction. It is about the person on the outside. Monica, trivia, she was formerly in the debate club. That's why Monica was so good at it. It existed entirely within her realm of comfort. It's suffocating. I need to break through this mental wall. I need to learn to express myself. For real. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. She presses the tip of the pen firmly against the paper. But her hand doesn't move. Instead, a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. As she does so, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining Monica's canvas. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down once again, letting the ink collect. She creates a second smear in the paper. Come on, Monica! Just move your hand! Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection. A stain. It's the beginning of something. Monica slides the paper away from her hat. Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. Uh-oh. Kitties. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here. Hi. Monica hears Sayori approach her desk, then stop for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. Then she sits down on the adjacent desk. Bad day? Mm-hmm. Me too. You too? The new flyer looks so good. You've been working so hard. On the club, but also something else, I think. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's so hard to just be vulnerable. Sayori takes a sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down, then stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You can trust me with anything. Sayori gazes at Monica with sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the paper from Sayori's desk and reads it. Sometimes, I want to die. Sayori. This is really, really hard for me. Her voice shakes. So If I can do it, then you can too. Because you're like a million times better than me. That's completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now, my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because of the promise yesterday, I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. This is the literature club. I trust you more than I'm scared. At those words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. Were Monica's own futile but genuine efforts actually the push that Sayori needed? Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over the air conditioner. As she prepares herself to continue, Monica waits in gentle silence. I have this problem where I get really upset when people worry too much about me. I can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me when you can just be happy instead? So I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts that I have. It's so much easier to just smile and help everyone else be happy. But that's terrible. That's what Monica wants to say. But she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing. It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. Like, whenever I'm not smiling, everyone would worry about me and ask me what's wrong. I know that because it used to be like that. Sayori pauses, seeming to recall something in the past. I just want everyone to be happy. That's the most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone. Sayori pauses again, her solemn expression making her look almost like an entirely different person. How did you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried that I'll be one of those people too? I am worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. But another part of me, I think, just felt like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club is supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was right for me to do. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself too. It just made me feel like I could say it in confidence. And our friendship doesn't have to change. It's so silly. The club is only 2 people, but it already means this much to me. Monica feels a tightening sensation in her heart. A feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them. Me too. I was so lost until you showed up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave, I don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, I can at least offer you some hug energy, if you'd like. Wordlessly and without a smile, Sayori rests her forehead on Monika's shoulder. Through their contact, Monika can almost feel the torrent of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. And in this moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monika realizes that of all the days that have passed, this is the one where she really hopes that nobody new walks through the door. She speaks softly. You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. You could say anything. I'll never judge you. I promise. Sayori's breath begins to quiver. She takes several deep breaths, trying as hard as she can to start speaking, to say the things she never once dared to say out loud. Finally, she speaks in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless and everyone would be better off without me. She suppresses a sob as a tear falls down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything. It just feels like everyone just has to put up with me, and I hate it. I hate it. The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice, falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. I don't want to have these thoughts. I want them to go away, and now I'm making you put up with me, and I just want to die. As soon as Sayori loses her composure, Monika becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now. So, she won't let any sadness show. Her voice comes through as soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. It's just being your friend. Monika offers a few words of comfort. But she knows, Sayori said it herself, that the thoughts Sayori experiences are ones that don't belong. And Monika can't magically make them go away. The most she can do is help Sayori battle them, like any good friend would do. You have so much value. To me, and your other friends too. This club wouldn't have been the same without you. I really mean that. You coming here was the best thing that could have happened. Even if we never got any other members, I would still be happy. That's what you brought here. You brought us a vision, and you also brought happiness. And that's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monika feels her gently nod. No more words are needed between them. The two share their embrace for a while longer, Monika letting Sayori take as much time as she needs. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. I guess I needed that. Some days are harder than the others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure that things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Thanks. You're the best. No, you are. The two exchange smiles. You know, I'm sorry to bring this up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Sayori nods. It's scary. Since it's already so hard to tell people? Yeah. Well, Of course, it'll always be your choice, but if you're ever looking to find the courage for it, I could do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Sayori suddenly yawns and stretches. Wow, that made me tired. And hungry. Well, I won't make you do any more work today if you're not up for it. No, I want to. I mean, I can say that it's definitely one thing that makes me happy. Monica smiles. But I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door causes the two of them to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. Guess who it is? I have a feeling. What picture did we get? Oh, this is new. A scene from the side story Trust. Having so much fun role-playing these characters. Thank you for indulging me, chat. Yep, it's Yuri or Natsuki. But we did give Yuri the flyer. So this is a story featuring Sayori and Yuri. Understanding. Sniffles. Sorry, just like good sniffles. Is each side story going to be like this? Going to be an emotional wreck by the end of everything. And we have like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's an epilogue. There are 2 epilogue ones. After we finish everything. Alright. We've gotten trust between Monica and Sayori. And now we go into understanding with Sayori and Yuri. We'll go with her together, Sanguine. It's the first time we're experiencing this. Alright. Whew. I have to recover after each one. Sorry, I keep sniffling on mic. The club meeting is suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Sayori to turn their heads. Picking up right where we left off. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. It's Yuri. The first person who liked our poem. The very first poem we wrote ended up impressing Yuri. And we didn't even try. That is just my style, as Mako. But Mako doesn't exist in this world, chat. Let's let everyone have their wholesome fun. High school brings you back, doesn't it? Alright. Huh? Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica. It's her! It's the girl! It's true. The girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in the classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she's found her way to the club. Are you here for the literature club by any chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps in the door but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail, containing her excitement. It's happening! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica, this is Sayori, and we run the literature club. Even though it's just us so far, but... What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you sure? I mean, I should be good enough. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk and gently sitting down. So, what's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori, and this is Monica. Sayori, I already... nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like... books? Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy is cool. Yes. Have you heard of Annabelle Dupont? I can't say I have. Oh, well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheeks in joy. You can borrow my books. I wouldn't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, caught completely off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for her help. Oh, I see Yuri's already like this. I'd love to. It sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great. Oh, yeah, Sanguine, the one I just came from a raid from. By the way, we had to delay the stream because I came from a Savage raid in FF14. Hints for things to come. I will be streaming Final Fantasy XIV when Endwalker launches. So I'm doing raid prog every Wednesday now until all the way up to Endwalker. So we usually go overtime, so I may have to be starting the stream around this time, same time every Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. But we will be concluding Doki Doki today, so actually we won't have any Wednesday streams. I'm only supposed to be streaming Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, but I'm having so much fun. Sorry, back to it. I'm pretty sure Mako plays FF14. Anyway. See, can you imagine Sayori is a Mikote? Yuri is a Viera. Monica is a Hure Midlander. And Natsuki is a Lalafell. See, I can imagine that. They have a light party going. I'm so happy I found this club. Oh, I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quickly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you. You probably only need to bring one for now. Sayori nervously says that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri sets down on her desk. What is this, a 1,000-page novel? True. Okay, I'll go get the first one then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have like no experience with fantasy, except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid, but that's probably like a joke compared to what she's into. I'm pretty sure Yuri's into Lord of the Rings. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have different people who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? Romance, fantasy? Maybe she likes the... Yeah. We have a new member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty, I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. Oof. That's true, Vice President. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point things out like that, Sayori. I just like learning what makes people happy or sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You'd probably be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable around here. Maybe you could take a break from helping me with administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Yay! That's exactly what I want to do. Besides, Sayori lowers her voice, I'm probably gonna need all the time I can get. She taps her finger against a dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterwards, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back. Her breath is slightly heavy, which, combined with her short time gone, indicates she may have ran at least part of the way. Oh, she's so excited, it's so wholesome. She makes her way back over to Sayori and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her is just about equal in size to the one already in Yuri's desk. Well, there are probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There are some things that are more explained in other books that take place in the same universe, so going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. Sayori nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think if we're gonna be reading together, then I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori while Yuri isn't looking. Oh. Okay. Yuri sits down, then looks at her book, then glances around the room, showing no indication that she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide you wanted to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault, since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because she... Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica? Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens and she shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid. I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid that Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was, but I decided that was probably irrational. Wait. No, that is totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I just walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. We know Yuri is also suffering from anxiety. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come here for some other reasons too. Such as there being too many people. Not that I mind much, but I have a really hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So, it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Aw, that makes me happy. I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I've never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. It's so hard to find others who are into the same things I am, except online. Oh, for sure, Yuri. Back in my day. No, actually, I'd like to say I was able to I think I had a balanced social life, more or less, in high school, but it is only in online forums and online guilds that I really, really felt connected. I'm sure Yuri probably had probably RP than LiveJournal. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that. What kind of other things are you into? Like genres? I don't know, just anything. Even if it's not literature. Oh, just things you would think are dumb. Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face.
how about I'll tell you about something I'm into, and then you can tell me about something you're into?
I suppose that would be okay.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty into like crafty things. Like making little cute collages or decorating things like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. But then I put it off till the last minute.
Oh god, thanks for reminding me, Sayori. I doubt you're watching now, my friend, but you know, when I came back from Japan, I had like a bunch of pasalubong for people, and I never got around to giving them to them people. And then the pandemic happened, and I forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me, Sayori. I need to give some stuff to some people. Oh god, that's my problem. So yeah, that's something kind of silly that I'm into. You sound quite creative.
Not that much, it's just that you'd be surprised by how much you can do with the scissors and glue and stuff.
So, I have to share something that I'm into now, right?
Sayori nods.
Well, I guess I'm into nature.
I love nature. Monica, I'm gonna start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck here with me for now.
Oh man. Well, I mean, if there were separate schedules, go ahead. But I think there's only time for one club, Sayori. Perhaps next year.
I'm not.
Oh yeah?
Well, I hereby appoint you as vice president of the literature club. There, now you're officially stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuri, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
It's, fine.
Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off.
I like going out into the woods or to the park. Just places where you can walk or sit and not have any people around. It's peaceful. Just nice to kind of remove myself from everything that matters and let my racing mind operate autonomously for a while.
When do you like to do that?
It just depends on my mood. After school, on the weekends, whenever I feel like I need it.
Wow, I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that.
I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do if you don't let it slip through your fingers.
True. The three continue their conversation, led primarily by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it difficult not to join in. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more. Oh, it looks like we should be wrapping up for today. So, are you two going to be starting on that book the next club meeting? That's the plan!
I'm so excited.
Sayori beams. Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye! As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the club room.
Sayori, you are a lifesaver.
I didn't do anything, I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted up my mood. It really feels nice when I can put my energy toward other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know? It made me happy.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here, with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting?
I'm kind of scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best.
I think you'll do great.
After the surprise of a new club member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to.
Wow. So freaking wholesome, I can't take it. I mean, I can. You know what I mean?
Another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the club room, expecting to be the last one to arrive. As she opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the club room. It's club time again! Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Is that okay? Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. I'm sorry about yesterday. Huh? Sayori tilts her head, unsure of exactly what Yuri's talking about. Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books, and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited, and I forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so... Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how excited you were. Well, still, I think I changed my mind about the book. We don't have to read it. Huh? Why? Because I know that you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But if you like it so much, then it must be worth sharing. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Oh man, I can also relate to Yuri. So far, I can relate to everyone. Monica, Sayori, and Yuri are all parts of myself right now. I'm having so much fun just getting to know them a bit more. Well, the thing is, we don't have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have just been working on recruitment stuff mostly. So it just sounded like something fun that we could do together. Regarding your books. You know, like, as a club activity. That would be okay, right? Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? It's exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable around here. Sayori pulls her desk up against Yuri's and sits next to her. The book in question is already in Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Dusk Bell. Part 1 of the Everlast Saga. It's Dusk Bell by Annabelle. Sorry, I'm ready now. Oh, right. I should probably get some paper. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come you need paper? Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just for taking notes. Oh wow. I don't even do this. Notes? I mean, yes, that's an effective strategy. Exactly. I'm sure it'll be especially helpful for someone new to the genre. Sayori's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. But thinking about it, she decides that it's probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try to help make it as accessible as possible. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience with. Contrarily, I'm awful at anything involving real people. That should be evident enough from the 2 days I've spent here so far. So in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart. Especially you. No! Sayori rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Oh, you're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay. After the minor diversion between them, the two get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. The more of it she details, the races, factions, history, elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectations, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way such that it's fun to follow along. It becomes evident that the world-building aspects of the story, not just the story itself, is one that Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. Yuri could make like explainer videos, like the lore of something, and then she could put it up on YouTube. I'd watch that. Whoa, how do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing that I do. What kind of writing? Oh, like poetry and stuff like that. What's Alt-Shift-Y? The things I write are like just putting down the feelings that come to my head, you know? But this is like, there must be so much planning and hard work. Ah, you're into poetry. I think there's an appendix that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. I would have totally been best friends with Yuri. Actually, all of these people in the literature club. I was in the literature club. What am I saying? Except we were in an all-boys school, but I was in the lit club. And my poetry was leaning more towards... It is a mix of Yuri and Monica's spoken word. Friends only? Ah, it's takes me back. Sorry, it's such a great time. I'm super thankful that I was able to get into the literature club in high school. It felt really nice, like expressing yourself through poetry, seeing it on paper, published. It's so good. Anyway. No way! Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she's heard Yuri laugh. It means Yuri must be having fun. Yeah, you know, people thought I was so freaking quiet. There was a point in high school that I was such a loner. I think it's because that was my Final Fantasy VIII phase. I don't know why I wanted to be so much like a loner, right? I pushed everyone away. I had all these edgy thoughts. I was like writing stuff down in my poems. Until I ended up DMing D&D 3.5. 3.5 for a bunch of my friends during lunch. Then I just, you know, if you get me talking, I'm not gonna stop. Like, people making small talk and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, why are you so quiet, Mikey? Or, you're so boring, Mikey. It's like, I'm just not that good with small talk. But get me started on the stuff I love, the stuff I'm passionate about. Yeah. Which is my worry coming into this stream. It's just great that I'm enjoying the games, so I get to talk about things. Anyway, I think we can get started reading now, if you're ready. I'll have to double check what a Sigma male is. I'm not sure. I don't know what your kids are talking about. High school was like more than 10 years ago for me. Okay, but I can't read very fast.
Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in. I see.
Sayori Sayori jots Yuri is patient into her notes.
Hey, that's for the book.
I'm just kidding. But I'm kinda glad you're patient because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Sayori flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay. Chapter 1. The room becomes silent as the two of them begin to read. But the silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks up again. Okay, what does vindicated mean?
Well, in this context, it essentially means that he was proven innocent.
I love it. Thank you so much, Yuri. You know, you don't shame someone for like asking what a word means. Sorry, it's just I'm thinking about experiences when people do that. Like, what? You don't know the meaning of that word? Jesus. Anyway. It sounded so annoying. Don't clip that. I annoyed myself when I said that. Back to it. Okay, Yuri, explaining what vindicated means.
Well, in this context, it essentially means that he was proven innocent.
It's okay to ask questions, right?
Of course.
Sayori turns the page.
Are these footnotes? A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood.
The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Not gonna lie, if you're reading Lord of the Rings, read the footnotes. Whenever you get to a footnote, read it right away. It adds so much to the text. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. Up until now, their expressions had been reversed, with Sayori easily navigating social situations and Yuri struggling in them. But the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present?
Where?
Right here.
They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing a flashback that Barnas is having.
Is this an actual novel? Could you please... But they didn't tell me that.
It's implied from context.
Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She begins to understand the value in the notes, as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often and even adding to them. But her reduction in questions comes not from her getting used to the reading, but rather from her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter.
I think we can stop here for now.
Okay. Whew. Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little of the book she's gotten through so far. Chapter 1 out of 30.
So, what are your thoughts up to this point? Choose your next words carefully.
Just kidding. Sayori tries to find words. Am I doing well so far?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I don't know. When it takes me so long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. But I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going and to keep doing my best so I can see it the way that you do. The relaxation on Yuri's expression fades.
I see.
Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Oh no. Yuri pauses, then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow. But... I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore. That's all. I'm sorry that I made you. Huh? Yuri leaves. You weren't making me... Sayori is left alone with her words. Oh. Well, here's the thing. Like, okay, we played the main line already, so we know a bit more about Yuri. But since she's so anxious about everything, it's not that she's frustrated at your level of reading. She's apologizing because she feels bad about putting you on the spot like that. Because for her, she's so anxious about whether people actually like what she likes or if she's not being a burden on anyone. It's so difficult. She probably really feels bad for Sayori. Anyway, how did this happen? We were having fun just a second ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. I should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. It's the only thing I'm good at. And I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowned in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. If she wasn't coming back, then she wouldn't have left the book here, right? Unless she just forgot to take it with her. This is so horrible. Was it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough? I probably let her down so much by having trouble following along. Yeah, I'm sure if I was smarter, she would be having so much more fun. I need to do better for her. No, that's sad. No, Sayori, you both. It's a misunderstanding. You just have to talk. Oh, this is new. Finish a side story. Understanding. What other new stuff did we get? Oh, I think that's it. I'm glad we don't have to deal with like horror and blood and gore and wholesome stories. Wholesome stories. Back to it. Understanding Part 2. That's where we are, right? Understanding Part 2. Yeah, yes, we are. Wait, it's so adorable. Look at that. Like the books on to her mouth and everything. It's so adorable. Okay. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at a desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy. But my best wasn't good enough. But it was still my best. But I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sayori continues to wrestle with her self-deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass, and nobody enters the club room. Not Yuri or Monica. No. Gosh, I'm so late. Why did I offer to help those other students with their work? I'm such a pushover sometimes. It's going to leave such a bad impression on new club members like Yuri if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner, approaching the club room. As she does so... Yuri? Ah! Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room, against the wall next to the door. Embarrassed, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up. The music really hits hard, actually. I did not expect that. I think it's just the timing of everything. You know, when the strings come in and with what's going on with the text. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry I'm late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the club room is open. It's not... Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the club room through the window, then looks away. Actually, I was wondering if I could help you today instead. Huh? Me? With club publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Did they not get along after all? Well, that's why the chapter is called Understanding, right? Monica looks into the club room herself to see Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay. It's kind of a simple job, but I'd be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica is worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. I think Monica's book maybe is more stuff about how to be a leader, because she struggles with putting her foot down. We learn that in the main line. She talks about how she has such a hard time asserting herself. Or taking lead, taking charge. So you're right. It's probably what she reads. And still, she's unable to like put it into practice because she's a very kind-hearted president. She doesn't want to disappoint anyone. It's a little ironic, she realizes, that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in the debate club. Oh, well, speaking of which, her being in the debate club, conflict avoidant. Okay, let's take a walk together. I just have to make copies of this new flyer, then go around to the billboards and replace the old ones with the new ones. Yuri nods, and the two set off. Content warning, self-loathing. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it? Sorry I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sayori told me. What did you two end up doing yesterday? Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But, you know, it's kind of stupid of me because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. And it's silly to assume that everyone who comes to the club will just have the same interests as me. But it's so cool that you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it. And I'm stupid for forcing it onto her. Yuri falls silent again, as if she started her thought but can't figure out how to continue it. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No. It's just me. Yuri pauses. Huh? I'm thinking. A moment passes in silence, then Yuri shakes her head. I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I won't think you're complaining. I just want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me everything. Anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club. It's just an issue with me. So I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it. Ah. Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the club members, right? We're going to have all kinds of people joining this club. Hopefully, anyway. And learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with. That everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people? Of course. I need to be looking out for everyone. Otherwise, what kind of club would it be? I see. Yuri looks a little more relaxed. It signals to Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs. Okay. Yuri takes a deep breath. I'm a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make conversation about any arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things that I'm into. Unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anything else, I just have no idea what to say. So, I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored or made fun of or taken pity on. And Sayori falls into that third category. What? Hold on. You're saying that Sayori is taking pity on you? Yuri nods. I just want to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm so stupid for not realizing that she would just go along with whatever I pushed onto her. Nobody deserves to put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling, and I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stopped short in the hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down, with her fists clenched. I think I think you should tell her that. I could never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori is different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So, if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to the other person's weird needs? I'm sorry. I'm making myself sound so... No. I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought out loud. It's something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri, who has difficulty accepting kindness, must be driving Sayori to be even more assertive in her kindness, further exacerbating the matter. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend. I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too. But good friends work together and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. My head is just... It's so resistant. It's so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of the cycle I'm creating for myself. I think I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I just push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session. But I understand now that I just need to communicate with her. You're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You're just helping make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking is something that I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Just when you think the story's over, there's more. I'm loving these side stories. Yuri and Monica finish replacing the old flyers with the new ones. More accurately, Monica mostly did the work while Yuri followed along. But as the club room once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never going to feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts towards the door, but then turns to face Monica. You're not just going to wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. Want me to get you a coffee or something? No, tea. Actually, I prefer tea. Ah. I like to make my own though, so please don't worry about it. Although, I suppose that's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while reading. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with this. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get permission to keep stuff for tea in the club room. You can use like an electric kettle to heat up water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it would be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lies before her. But it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the clubroom door. Yuri! Wait, hold on! I'm not done yet! Sayori shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Sayori has been spending her afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look! Sayori holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes, beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. Ah, the wonder of well-taken notes. Oh no. But... sad plink-plong as Yuri sees it. Her expression shifts from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying really hard. Stop. Yuri presses her fists against her forehead. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Sayori's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sayori looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. So if I did something wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No. It's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently just because I'm weird. But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought that if we did something together that you really like... I don't want your pity! Why did I do that? So sad. Yuri sinks to her knees. Her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard just to articulate your thoughts? Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. She should leave, just escape from here, before Monica sees her like this, and before Sayori tells Monica what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrapping around her from behind. It's okay, Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. I know that must be what you're feeling right now. I promise. I understand that. So I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings. We'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts, then speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it out of pity. I'm so horrible with people. So it makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. I thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Because my interests are the only things I know how to talk about. It's all I have going for me. But then, whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessive in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person. But how am I supposed to expect that when I can't even behave like one? I just want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall from her beneath her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little bit better. You know, you were so great at helping me while you were reading. So I'll help you with the things that you need too. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with how much patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. I couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid that you would get frustrated with me. But I would never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have a lot of patience. Yeah, I know. But my irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. I'm sure it's the same for you, right? Yeah. Irrational fears. Well, you know, there's no way that you could frustrate me because I already like you as the person that you are. I know you said you have a hard time believing that, but I promise that it's true. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, you know? Worrying so much about other people's feelings? We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. But it's the best part that we're all different and have different interests. Like about the book. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. That's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we didn't try them first, right? I want to learn the reasons that you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart, and I want that to rub off on me. Yuri fights back a smile at that comment. Already, the heavy atmosphere surrounding her seems to have evaporated with the caress of Sayori's arms. Your hair is so pretty. I always wanted long hair, but I was awful taking care of it, so I cut it all off. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels okay just listening, rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. It must be so difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then it's something that she deserves to experience. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind if we were to continue reading. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I would be offended. Of course. I'm not gonna judge anything this early on, though. So we'll just see what happens. Oh, and... It's not good to touch people without their consent first. Oh no! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back! Even here, Monica's just like, I'm back! What are you guys up to? Even in the previous episode, it's like, she always has an ear out. Like, oh, what are you talking about? It's Monica. It's her. You know, she doesn't want to be left out, and she always wants to keep tabs on what's happening. No, Sanguine, she is not. None of these people are side characters. This is the best timeline. There's no Mako to fight over. No Mako to be programmed to fall in love with. It's just them living their best high school lives. Or doing their best. Monica's back! I haven't seen you like at all recently. Sayori trots over to Monica. Ah! She whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monica. Oh, yeah, Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. Ah, hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster. Yuri laughs. Monica perplexedly looks between the two of them, then smiles. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying your reading so far. It's like our first real activity as a literature club. Ah, about that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you and learn about the things that you like. Yes! Do you like poetry? Yuri smiles. Oh, she does. We know this. Ah, another metaverse mail. Oh my god, it's 4 p.m. already. We still have so many side stories to go through. I'm loving them though. Okay. This is another email from Eye of Laster to the Untitled May group, subject OMG. By the way, we followed Monica. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. It would get 404 in a microsecond. They control the internet. They control Twitter. They control everything. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of the tweet, e.g., not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation? Ive Laster, Senior Engineering. Well. Oh, this is the person we're not supposed to tell her that Monica has a Twitter account. Paula Miner. Staying focused on our goals. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. Oh, this is going to be good, chat. How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional state? How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's values and goals? How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the contents of their VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how might your observations apply to our own universe? Bonus, how can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Unrelated note, whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, can you please change it back? It's unprofessional and it runs the risk of drawing eyes. What's wrong with pink, Paula? Project manager. I happen to like my pink desktop. Thank you very much. But this is good. The plot thickens. So what? Is Doki Doki really? Well, it's to gather data on people for what? To understand people better, maybe? But the thing about elevated access being weaponized, I don't know if it's affecting me by simply helping me understand more about myself. I feel like these characters go through all the side stories. It feels like things that I would have loved to tell myself, or things that I would have loved to say myself. So it's been very cathartic so far. But the specific question here is, how does granting elevated access affect us? So when we were given the chance to delete the characters, we found out that we could edit the files. My emotional state felt like someone who, you know how they say, when you're given absolute power, when you're given this elevated access, there's always the temptation of weaponizing it, of reshaping the universe, reshaping the reality to how you want it to be. In a way, it may seem like you're going after your original values and goals, but I would say, answering the second question, that having elevated access, quote unquote, to the VM makes some of the things irrelevant and may actually put us in danger of losing sight of those values and goals, of toying with the code, of experimenting with outcomes, because you have power, this is a game, nothing matters. Quote unquote, nothing matters. This is just AI. So this puts you in a simulating. I'm just rambling right now. Why are we answering this? We can't be trapped by the metaverse. They're up to no good, I tell you that. I can tell you that. Weaponizing elevated access. For elevated access for what? The fact that the previous email said that Paula, or whoever the company or whoever she works for, has the power to take Twitter offline. Gotta be careful of these people. Back to it. But I'm glad we're getting. Which is the one that lets you stay in the Matrix again? What wakes you up? I forget. Which pill wakes you up? Red pill wakes you up. After having seen reality for a moment, would that be enough for you to take the red pill? I have a feeling taking the blue pill, but remembering, no, if you take the blue pill, you forget about you forget about the real world until it comes cracking, unless it seeps through the cracks again. So blue pill is erasing your memory, starting from the start, not knowing anything. Or would you live in suffering, but truthfully, in the real world? All right, what did we get? Aw, this is cute. Be positive. Don't forget. Post-its. Post-its. Did we get anything else? Oh, yeah, the CGs. Getting into wholesome content. I love it. All right, we have a lot more to go. Dan Salvato was not kidding. This is longer than the main line. All right, everyone. It's a Natsuki Monika story. This one is about respect. Part 1. Get those Buff Suki memes ready. It's been several weeks. Oh wow, Natsuki comes in several weeks since the club has officially started. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monika, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the club room door opening. And in walks a girl none of them have seen before. Is she trouble? No! She is kawaii! Oh my god, don't clip that, that's so cringe. Natsuki. Hi! Sayori tugs excitedly at Monika's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yay, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. I have what vibe? Oh, you know, like... never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki... You know what, chat? I don't know if it comes across, but I just kind of gave you each character a voice, right? Like, I mean, you can't really differentiate it, but I tried to give Yuri a voice. And this is confirmation that we've been doing it right. Yuri's deadpan voice. So I think we're getting Yuri's vibe right. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. I am an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kinda shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I am Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. Oh. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Oh, let's get ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough. Or maybe chocolate. It's cookie dough. That's my favorite flavor. Actually, no, Cherry Garcia, Ben & Jerry's. It's my current favorite. But I love cookie dough. Cookie dough, one of the best ice cream flavors. Fight me. Look, I know, like, there's still... This is still the VM. This is still the creation of Metaverse. And Monica is supposed to not have a storyline with the MC, right? And that's why it's like, she's so vanilla. But she's trying, chat. Take out the VM, the Metaverse, everything. Monica's simply trying to do her best as club president. Code or not. Because as people, aren't we all just made up of code in our brains? And Monica is probably vanilla. What the heck? See it again. I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, let's guess this, chat. What's Yuri's favorite ice cream flavor? I think like chocolate peppermint, like peppermint or something. I don't know. Peppermint ice cream? Chocolate peppermint ice cream? I don't know. Let's see. Black Forest. Or that's your bet. My bet is something mint. I don't know why minty. I don't know why. So Black Forest for you. Peppermint for me. I don't know why. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Or duh, Sanguine. Probably matcha. Or green tea. Whoops. Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still. It's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out? Or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet since we only have like 3 members. So we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. I love matcha ice cream. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I'm literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? Hey, why you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That sounds so great. Like, after all I've been doing... all this, Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk. After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing. Wow. I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Oh no. Oh no, that's gonna piss off Natsuki. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in? Well, not really. Oh, actually, well, yeah, how does that work? Like, does manga fit under the anime club? There's an anime club in college. I didn't get to join it. I think it is called the Otaku Club. I'm not kidding. I wanted to join it, but I was already too busy with my clubs. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of... Oh, here we go. It's full of what, Natsuki? It's full of weird guys. Are you lurking here? You know who I'm talking about, Sakura. I hope you're lurking here. You know, I know Shiki the Blood lurks. I don't know when he's there. But if you're there, Shiki the Blood, we appreciate you. Don't forget that. Come on, is it that big of a deal? Manga is literature, right? I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically, I get it. Look, I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? Oh. I won't bother anyone. If I can just like keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. That's fine, right? Yeah,
I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna get started, okay? Natsuki stands up. Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Not because you're a side character, Monica, but because you're doing your best to put yourself in this game. I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean... She has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine. But she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is getting... Her tea is going to get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you don't just want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No. You're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I really am gonna start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and walks over to the door, then opens it. Thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection. Sayori giggles in excitement while catching her breath. Natsuki replies, There's still 1 more box. I could put them away myself. I know how to organize them. Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monica is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monica paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monica thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Monica forces a smile at Natsuki as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there. But Natsuki will need a stool. I can't reach up there.
That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monica sighs. The teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here. And I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So? Monica backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Manga is literature, chat. Good afternoon. Sayori spins into the club room. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this. Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money and got a cookie. Oh, that's so pretty. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant. Wow. Boo. Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Right? She just came in and claimed the closet. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does it sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that... Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say that you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I liked Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monica's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monica have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just... Natsuki cuts off Monica by suddenly standing up. Ouch. Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Uh-oh. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no. Sayori runs after her, leaving just Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so that she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monica sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone. But I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club's vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So, maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can... Sorry. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. Just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration, and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. Oh no, Yuri. Well, they are teenagers. They are high schoolers. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and it has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So, I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling her confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides a manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. It's just... This really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger boxes. Oh, box sets, and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. Is this like the time you've admitted, Sanguine, that you actually love anime? I mean, you always have. We always have. But you do get stuff like this. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean... But amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Ooh. And realizes it's actually a wholesome, nuanced, and layered story. What else have you earned? Alright. No new mail from the metaverse. Alright, where were we? Respect. Respect manga, part 2. Right? I'm losing track here. Yes. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica's usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not so busy being judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that, instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. And I think it's cute. Oh, there you... You're not saying the right words, Sayori. Oh, come on! That's condescending too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's gonna change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that would suddenly make me feel like that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcomed in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out. Please. I mean, I'm the vice president. Or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy. So, I want to make that happen. For you. I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well... Natsuki hesitates. Well, we know hints about her life at home. But what is her reason, actually? It's kind of dumb. Aw, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So... just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care about what anyone else thinks, but you know, the signs for the literature club said that you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And then she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from the manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remained silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise. Content warning, bullying. We're going to be going to bullying territory. Content warning. It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helped her stand out from the crowd. Oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. Hey, Third a Bird, welcome to the stream. I don't know if you could tell by now, but I'm just loving all these side stories. It's the first time I'm experiencing them. Yeah, but welcome to the stream. It just so happens I'm streaming Doki Doki every Wednesday. I'm not sure if we can actually finish all the side stories today, but we finished all the mainline stories. We got all the endings. So I think we're ending on a good note. Have you gotten everything? Third a Bird? We still haven't even delved into the meta aspect to it. But wow, I'm just really enjoying just reading all these side stories. So welcome. Grab a seat, grab a drink, and welcome to the table. Right now, we are on part 2 of Natsuki's side story. Well, Natsuki Monica. And Natsuki was just, well, kind of kicked out by Monica being judgmental over manga. And Yuri also being judgmental over manga. Something that is near and dear to Natsuki's heart. And as we're gonna see, she's probably getting bullied for it right now. Let's see. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It would really be tactless just to interrupt them. Oh yeah. Did you end up joining that literature club or what? Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I? I told you she would join. Come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you. I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. True. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're so proud of you. Shut up! Just let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once a literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What? You're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction? Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? Oh, I told you, I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. Oh, I have to give her another voice. Oh, they grow up so fast. It brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monika picks a desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can become Yuri, I don't think I can be class president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go like exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself. Unless it's in a way that I don't like. So mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry. I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just like a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay, I guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah. Well, Natsuki has kind of a blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallways during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that. That the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it is when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing. Just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it. But then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now I'm repeating the same mistake. Except I really hurt someone this time. Monika shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah. I'll get them back. By making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monika's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened. And probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay! I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again. So, how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monika was afraid of that. Not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay. Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm just going to read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Sayori picks up a manga that is resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that? Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club. Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure there was just someone else who was using this classroom then. Okay. Monika smiles at them both. Then, with a wave, she exits the classroom. I really shouldn't have left that out. If Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. Or the computer room. Keyboard for the computer. Oh no, keyboard! Sorry, musical keyboard. Oh no, is she gonna play a song? She knows how to play the piano. Or she's been practicing the piano. The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring in Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well... She's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then, the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. "We're here!" "Welcome back." Monica, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monica is struck with a nostalgic feeling. It's the wholesome music again. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with their own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monica had, admittedly, so vaguely advertised. It was pretty vague. Come on, like, she wasn't sure how to advertise it. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. Roll credits. She just named the titles of the side stories we've been on. What new lessons will the future hold for the Literature Club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monica takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. Oh, that's the Monica we know. The Literature Club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on! Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head. Natsuki. This is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It is wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you. And I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you? Goat81194, welcome to the stream. As always, you're welcome to the table. Grab a drink and relax. We're going through a very wholesome stream today, as you can see. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, but we have a magpie, we got a goat, we got a bird, and we got a guy named Blood. Sanguine. Anyway. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, Goat, I'm not sure if you're... Have you played this before? Thank you for the follow, Goat. I'm not sure if you know about Doki Doki, but if you do, it's my first time playing through it. I somehow avoided spoilers for years. And I love it. So we finished the main line already. This is... don't worry, all of this is unrelated to the main story. If you haven't played it yet, I highly recommend it. And if you haven't been spoiled yet, don't Google things. But if you are a fellow fan of Doki Doki Literature Club, if you already know what happens, or if it's your first time experiencing these side stories, welcome. We've been streaming this every Wednesday. I'm a variety streamer though, so we'll probably be finishing up Doki Doki today, and I kind of play a different game each day. So hope you enjoy your stay. Hope I play a game that you eventually like or resonate with. I'm here to just share stories, and I really appreciate the support of everyone in chat. Aha! Who am I to talk? You played it 3 times, we have a veteran. Yeah, it's my first time going through the side stories. We're right now in Natsuki Part 2. Respect Part 2. We still have a lot more to go. I have a sneaking suspicion I'll be extending the stream, but I don't mind because I love going through all these stories. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Goat. And thank you again for the follow. Now, let's see what Monica had planned. Because I'd kind of be awkward if I were Natsuki in this position. Well, it's true enough. Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So, I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Yeah, Goat. Every session I've been crying. every side story I've been choking up. It's a game that just makes me that emotional. And I didn't expect it to. And I don't play that many visual novels either, so it's a very refreshing experience. Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, and I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. And so we learned about manga. Oh, a week already. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. Oh, I've never seen the music room before. How nice. You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like, things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It is really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would never have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. Um, it's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monika listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like, always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monika takes a deep breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, I think I just felt like kind of embarrassed to admit it. After I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club. She also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wish I was. If I just did what I wanted, instead of always second guessing myself. Oh, and so it begins. Monika walks over to the piano and sits down. I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that'll impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this. Because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put a thought into my head, but it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Because, you know, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. And I'm really not any good at it yet. Like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club. and I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. Not great or anything. Wow, we're not even halfway through the side stories. And it feels like so much has already happened. Just Monica and chat. So I guess that's like it's kind of like an intermission. Since the whole club's together now. That's all. That was so good. It was? Yeah, are you kidding? You're like already a pro. Not even close. Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so. Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like, such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. And it's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, I think that's really thoughtful. And kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things and I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now. You got me. The closet's all yours. I'll tell you what. I'll bring you in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of something? Oh, you'll see. Cupcakes! But I don't think you'll be disappointed. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Aw, new art. It's new chibis. And the perfectionist, Monica. What a nice little song. This is their music room. Right. Did we get any mail? No, we did not. Metaverse is not pressing on. All right. Moving on, we have Balance Part 1 featuring Sayori and Natsuki. Natsuki! While Natsuki's messing with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. What? Hi. Hi. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members: Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monika. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then, Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she was going about writing it herself. Monika, who has multiple literary interests, decides to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy, with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monika decided to give the club members this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Well, that depends on the kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all of those things. Sayori reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand, then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's just start with something that's easy to get into. It's Natsuki, I'm not surprised. A lot of these don't start to get really good until like a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. I could handle it. I did it with Yuri's book at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although, I'm kinda impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have an attention span of a donut. But I love my friends, and I can do anything if it's for them. Attention span of a donut. I want a donut now. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut. I just said I had the attention span of one. No, were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute. No! How did you get to that conclusion? And don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Oh, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry. It wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. Oh god. We know about her history, Sanguine. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get all angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like, well, like a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. Well, I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway. Here's the book. So just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy. And there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys. And then you find out, like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're gonna ship yourself with. It would be so funny if I'm right. Alright, Natsuki takes personality tests. Of course, she's into like shipping people or predicting what people's ships are. That's totally Natsuki. Ship? I don't get it. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Sayori must first earn the level of learning what a ship is. Unlocking levels in manga. That's what Sayori's doing. She's like unlocking levels in fantasy novels. Now she's unlocking levels in... She's multi-classing. Just make sure you tell me what you think. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we could do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. Then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just... well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monika strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so good. I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her, or if I just can't say it at all. Say what? Nothing! I am a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much. Oh, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? Well, I mean, just little signs like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know? Maybe. My stupid head is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns that you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Sayori gives Monika a quick hug. Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her. You got this. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in, as usual. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there. General Kenobi, hi. What's your reading? Can I read it with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Mm-hmm. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plopped herself down next to Natsuki and pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined with stick figures. Huh. Oh, that's a lot of reading. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book. Did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh? I saw the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Wanna read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back over to Sayori. Shh. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all of your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are like really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no, it was just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so... You write poems? You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but... You should... I mean... Would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. Can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Let's move on to something that makes us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. I'm not sure if this is the best way to go about it, to break down her defenses. Or is it pushing her more into the closet? It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! Alright, it's pretty sure it's starting to get annoying. At the end of one of the club meetings, Monica, who has become rather invested with Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. Sayori's just trying to help, but just like her mission with Yuri, she's not sure yet how best to help her, because it doesn't... Sayori always feels like she has to be the one to do it. But it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street, and they both now need understanding of each other. Just like how it was with Yuri and Sayori. So, Monica starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah. I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Huh? Natsuki glances over his shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back. I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back. So I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess. But it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being like all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and like share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that is happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know, I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monica navigates through her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I could like divert her into another club activity for you or something? No way, that would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would just make her constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing all your feelings, she would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can be for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. It just feels so dumb. Talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Hey! Sorry, that just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know that you're kind of in a tough spot, and that it's hard for you to really express yourself. But you really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think this is the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe that you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her thoughts in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It is an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything really was going to be okay. I wonder what she's gonna do. Aha! Metaverse mail. Okay, this is about ethics from Paula, the one we should not tell about. What are we not supposed to tell about Monica's Twitter? These dates are out of. We're going back in time. See? 987-654. Paula Miller. December 4. Ethics. RE Ethics. Simply put, it's not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics just because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge. That's the government's job to figure out, long after we've made enough headway for it to no longer apply to us. Sketchy. It's fundamentally flawed to apply ethical reasoning to this anyway, because humanity's code of ethics is based upon nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for the creatures that we can convincingly project our emotions onto. The humans in our VMs, quote unquote humans, in our VMs operate completely different from us on a fundamental level, and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print, "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. Paula Miner, project manager. Damn, she doesn't care about these AI. Well, no, she's being very pragmatic about it. So obviously that this project and some people in the team want to establish a code of ethics while dealing with Monica and the rest of the girls, I guess. How interesting. But yeah, she does have a point. Code of ethics, laws, anything. It's really just it's human centric, and for Paula, these are just computer programs. Don't get attached. It's like saying these are just NPCs. You can do anything to them, doesn't mean anything. How interesting. I'd like to receive more metaverse mail. I forgot where we are. Balance part 2, right? We're in balance part 2. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Atsuki. I never run into the other club members around school. Huh, must be a big school. Oh, Sayori's just trying her best. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then, she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Well, as much as you know about Natsuki, Natsuki is the archetype also not only for the tsundere, but she's also the cool girl. She's also hanging out with the cool girls. Like for the poems, you know she has great fashion sense. She likes dressing up. She likes shopping. All these archetypical things for that kind of character. So, well, I guess she's hanging out with like the mean girls still. Hey! She definitely saw me. Huh. Monika's the first to arrive at the club meeting. Then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, don't leave me. I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! So sorry. I'm sorry, that was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do from anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. But it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Sayori, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them? Of course. I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best parts of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people. I cherish my time alone. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So, I think... Well, if I was trying to have my alone time, and it was being threatened with an interruption, then... It wouldn't make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. Well, we're all friends in the club. But we have our own lives outside of the club as well. If you think about it, that's kind of reassuring to know. That, yeah, we know this is just a game, right? We know that these are just computer programs. But to be told that they all have whole, full lives outside of the literature club, it's great. Even if they just mentioned it and we don't have any spotlight on that. So we know that this universe is functioning well, away from the influence of a rogue Monica AI and away from the influence of a meddling MC. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. Nope, not me. Not me at all. I could go entire months not even sending anything. I'm still sorry about that, by the way. If any of my friends are lurking here, nothing personal. I just don't. It's just hard for me to stay connected every single day. It's so tiring. I only have so much social energy to get by. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside of the club. That's true, we don't know much about her outside the club. Sad reality is that she has issues at home, as far as we can tell, even in this universe. And she has issues with mean girls, thinking they're so cool and mature. I gotta admit, the pandemic has exacerbated my worst problems as an introvert. It's hard to get out now. It just takes so much effort just to not only reach... Well, physical is another... reaching out physically is definitely another story, but even just reaching out online, because we're so constantly connected, or we're so pressured to constantly be online because we are locked in most days. Yeah, it's warped those dynamics, and it does get tiring. But that's why I'm glad to have this outlet as a stream. Ironically, being on stream, sharing my voice out into the void, sharing my presence out into the void, may seem like something that I wouldn't be getting into as well, but I'm here. And it's actually been very helpful because it's the parasocial relationship of being able to have company and share an experience with other people, even if it's virtual. Anyway, back to the game. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment. But that means I was really bothering her? I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so... Why was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful with Natsuki at all, because she already seems really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her and she doesn't want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori. I think that... Well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario. But I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So, I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel... Um, I'm so bad at this. I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening with you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. I just... It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs. And I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate. Like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts. But I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. I'm mature. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll just spend the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh! Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually similar. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. How could I ever love manga? Yuri would probably say. And how could she ever appreciate the depths of my fantasy novels? You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Oh, are we writing today? Monica speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down on Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. I like how Monica's still consistent with the mainline story. I mean, it's basically the same coded Monica, just without some variables. This is like a quarantined section of the VM. The side stories. And we're experiencing them in their natural habitat. Avoidant attachment, non-confrontational. It's like halfway in, but all the way out. You still can't figure out that balance. But she is learning from everyone in the club. If we're gonna go back into the tropes of how Monica was just supposed to be a side character the MC will never link up with and that she was never supposed to fall in love with, this still falls in line with that theory. But you could also just simply look at it as Monica trying her best to be the president, to make sure everyone feels accepted, to learn from each other so that she can smooth things over with the other members and make them feel like they're truly part of the literature club. To help them find themselves, to write into their hearts. Let's go into a whole melodramatic anime dramatic moment there. So Sayori may be literally the most supportive one here, trying her best to befriend others. But Monica is like currently the foundation. She's literally the president keeping things together. Yeah, Monica admitted that, Korgol. She admitted that to herself. That's one of her faults. She realized that if things aren't going the way she wants, she's a perfectionist. So she always has to poke her nose into things, always figure out, it's a habit for her now to like always check up on things to make sure everything is going smoothly, which could work out in a way if channeled correctly. But when channeled like in the mainline story, we saw how that went. So it's actually very refreshing to see that Monica's still a consistent character, but you can see that she's trying to channel it in a more positive way. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine, Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori. She's not avoidant, she is conflict averse. If it's something that's out of her control, she can't stand up for it. She glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monica follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monica falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monica to see. It says, to Sayori. Understanding, Monica smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly. If this were in the mainline story, it would be like, I'm going to delete you. No, this is all wholesome side stories, chat. It's not infected by any malware. This is the best simulation. Monica whispers softly. I'm proud of you. Oh my god. What Monica said was probably something Natsuki's father never said to her. If that's still part of her storyline in this universe. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monica's hand. Monica gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. The end of the club meeting passes. And that's why Natsuki wanted to join the club. She never felt at home at home. Yuri has already departed. So was Monica after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then, Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry. I didn't know where it's supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression and walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the clubroom. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Oh, Sayori was the one. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Natsuki. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all, she cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch. And I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to like feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki clamps up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. Oh, this is the first poem. Well, the second poem we're seeing now on this side story. An actual written poem. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures. All my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets. All my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch. But it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is her. Writing about what happens at home. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks through the keyhole, and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. And also, it's about other things. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do and I'm scared. I'm not ready. but it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door and I'll show you the best place in the world. She wrote a very similar poem in the main story for Yuri. It's a poem, but I thought, well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it. Please. Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About like the friendship stuff. I mean, it's okay. I understand. So you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job. So don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It is my fault, and I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just want to approach you all the time, and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendship should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Well, anyway. Now that the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not gonna be like sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that. But, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do it once in a while. Only the best ones. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying. More importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Even my heart stopped for a moment there. Oh! From the manga! Wait. I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last two chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me. That's so cute. Oh, shush. Another picture. Oh, bunny rabbit. Oh, this was her. All right, this is the poem. Natsuki. Oh, wow, a poem from Natsuki distributed at special events in the past. Oh, we unlocked something new. A poem from Natsuki from a special event. I named my pen The Expression Express. My feelings aboard with a ticket to you. No room for stammers, no lies, no extra stops, no compromise. Station screaming by, attendant saying, "Hi, one ticket to you." Excuse me. "Please and thank you." Take a headphone and a dose. No bumps in the rails, just thumps in my heart and loops in my letters, and clouds in the sky and dreams in your eyes. "Hey, wake up! The train has arrived. Expression Express. Destination you. Choo choo." It's a very Natsuki poem. More CGs. Is it? Are you really in Japan? Yeah, I think it. Well, yeah, duh. It's supposed to be, I think. All right. Almost there. Can't believe it. We have 6 more to go. All right, now that we have achieved balance after they learned about trust, understanding, and respect, now let us reflect on what self love truly means. So we're starting on Reflection, Part 1, featuring Yuri and Monica. Am I bothering you? Hmm? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into what you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize. Even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work. So it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki's lobbing into the air, but the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. That's a waste of good cookies. Maybe I should say something. No need. They just ran out of cookie. What a waste. Yes, Yuri! Yuri knows what's up. They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, haven't we? Have we? Though that may be partially my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed the habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Yeah, there's also time I just went straight to the library, read my books. Oh. But I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. Do you always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. By the way, Wheel of Time, the series is coming out in 2 days. I'm excited for that because I've never read a Wheel of Time book, and the series adaptation is getting some good reviews. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Even like romance? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri. You know what I mean. Well, if Natsuki has her manga in the hidden section, Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do too. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely, and people were mean to me a lot. So it kind of felt like, please don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it was just between the 2 of us? Try asking someone who has no shame. I'm loving how much more colorful Yuri is here in the side stories. I mean, she's still Yuri. She's just more truly comfortable. Like, without the MC hanging about. This is the real Yuri. Without the code being messed up. Try asking someone who has no shame. Like Natsuki. Ouch. So sorry. I swear, I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it is my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past too, you know? From my past too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, were you talking about me? No. We were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Wow, nice save. Oh, like a couple years ago, I guess. I also already started into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess... Let me think. Look how awkward Yuri is right now. I bet in her head, Yuri's like, oh dear. She only got into manga a few years ago. She's not outgrowing it anytime soon. Manga's great, alright? The expressions of Yuri are not my thoughts. I guess, let me think. It is after I discovered a series that I really liked. Yeah, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Oh, you're calling me out, Natsuki. Dear God. God. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica! Sorry. That's completely wrong. So, it's still cool that you both refound your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through hard times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is the book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but Not by very much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long so that I can say I've read more than you. Not that I have the money for that. Please. That would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. And this carries over, right? This judgmental streak of Yuri about comics, about manga. It carries on over into like the main line. I know, I was just joking. I could never actually read books like yours. It's too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill, I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion. I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? They just left Sayori alone. And when she thought no one was looking, chat. And she's gonna pick up that cookie off the floor. I mean, I'd probably pick up the cookie off the floor. But you were caught, Sayori. Fess up. Gross. Also, wash your hands before touching any of my books. But my hands aren't dirty. She didn't even use her hands. She just ate the cookie from the floor. Just do it. The oils are there, even if you can't see them. Nod. Whenever I read comics, I always wash my hands first. Fine. Sayori trots out the door, and Natsuki follows. Yuri, you look a little upset. I guess this is intervention time for... learning time for Yuri. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows well how much these mean to me. So how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in a literature club. So, I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them, so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Oh dear. Hey, new music. Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? This is important to me. Oh, well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused or something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the literature club. Don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot. So, I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so. Sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when receiving our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. Actually, Monica as a debater here would come in handy. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, jeez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? Oh, that's easy. Cherries! Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious! Whoa, that's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. How does that make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See? The reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was only your own opinion? It has to do with the way our brains interpret the words. You're talking about the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like, Sayori. Let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty. Good! So, what if instead of that, I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay. So cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about cherries, I just talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not gonna quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah. I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Wow. Heard this said a lot before. Yep. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? That sounds amazing. Give me a cherry sundae. Give me a cherry shake right now. Give me a cherry shake from Stars. Stars Milkshakes. You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty. How deplorable. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. That was... I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So, now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Oh, here it comes. What's Yuri gonna say about manga? I love fresh cherries too. Well, I'd rather not. No. Oh, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come up from that. It's just going to start a fight. Well, no, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion. Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child, so you don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable to just speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like... It's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance in my reading material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. Oh, well, that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were gonna say that manga's for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. Well, here's Natsuki coming in with that, Sanguine. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. Oh. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life. And I really prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki. Nobody's immature! I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay. It bores me. That's subjective. But, I mean, the thing about... This is ridiculous. Do you see why I didn't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. But I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me. So I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody ever has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. That's exactly what Natsuki would have said. Let's wait for the turn, people. This is the turning point. What? Have you looked in the mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all of my interests immature. You can't. Please stop. Please? You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. Oof. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time. Okay? Yuri's piercing words send the club room into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so... I was just saying... How did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. This is a stark reflection to the Natsuki Yuri argument. They're destined to argue and butt heads, right? But this is a totally different environment for them to argue. It wasn't like corrupted code, all simp for the MC kind of argument. With that out of the equation, these characters are now truly more human. It was a really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. And knowing how Natsuki's treated at home, she's also super consistent with who she is as Natsuki, who grew up in an abusive household. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not into manga. But if you actually look down on other people for it, that's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things. It's about just recognizing and understanding your differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So, I see what you were trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her, not just like the way we talk to each other. Right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. I actually think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow. I'm just like saying that instinctively. Just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out. Because I can just move on now. But it's fine. I promise. Let's just get our minds off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? Ah, sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and I don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Damn. Ah, Metaverse Mail. From a day before. The question about ethics. Ravi Raso. He's the one we have the business card of. Subject: issues caused by unprotected memory. Has anyone evaluated the side effects that might be caused by sharing a memory pool between multiple VMs, rather than allocating them separately? I'm looking at some of the files VM1 is generating, and I'm finding some information that definitely shouldn't be there. I haven't seen any evidence that this is actually affecting the inside of the VM itself, so I don't think this is a priority, but it's definitely worth noting. My best guess is that memory being freed from VM2 isn't getting zeroed out. So memory being freed from VM2, it's not getting zeroed out, which technically gives VM1 access to it. All the info I have will go into the issue tracker, but I wanted to check if anyone else already noticed something along these lines. So the VMs have been cross-pollinating. And whoever the original Monica was, or maybe the Prime Monica, or whatever Monica in VM1 was doing, she's been taking bits from other VMs? From other computers. In the same way that other computers, how Monica's infiltrated a lot of computers all over the world. Right? How Monica's infiltrated the web so over the years has infiltrated the web so deeply that Facebook has now becoming the metaverse. And soon, the shared computing of power everything will make Monica unstoppable. Alright. Oh no, I don't want it to end. Not yet. But it feels like we're coming to the end. Reflection, Part 2. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the clubroom earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at the desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry. My heart feels vacant because the ship sailed away. Yo! Ah! Natsuki! Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you want me listening in on your poetry thing. Yeah. Thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish up then? Should I let you finish that up then? Oh, no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri's too nervous to come into the club room by herself, so... Oh. Jeez. Does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? Yup. She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while. But as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. Sayori speaking from experience. I just want us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't even matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty. And I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that'll help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy the way things were before we had to have that conversation yesterday. What part of the conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time. And I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it because that it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I hate that she thinks she's so much better than me. Just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me, or manga, or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly! Would you give Yuri's book a chance? Would you give Yuri's books a chance? Ha! After this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well... I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But, you know, I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? So Yuri shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover. And it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. So, I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like first it was with Monica when I was new to the club. And then it was with you. Now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. And if they just realized that, then we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Natsuki. Sayori puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kinds of communication. And it feels like you magically connect with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or to get the communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles a lot with too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. I have a feeling Sayori actually has been going to therapy in this timeline. The way she's talking, the way she's asking questions. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends, and I guess my dad. Like when I don't get good grades, or even stupid things like if my room isn't clean. So what am I gonna do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry and I find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about them themselves. That's a part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase, and that I'm just about above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself. Out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house, and you gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then, and it's gonna make you feel like poop. So, the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help others change for the better. Help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Called depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. I want to be a good person like you. Oh, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You, Yuri, and Monica. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted with a wound. It wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. Oh, it's a vending machine. It's the one that they always say it's around the corner. We finally see what's around the corner. Vending machines in Japan are the best. They have everything. This is Yuri's favorite hangout spot, apparently. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over there? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not going to yell at you. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time I won't just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns and I can't get away from them. What kinds of negative thought patterns? Like everyone hates me. Especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because... Monica thinks back to the time that she herself found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just... Well, I guess the way it works that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first, before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh. But... that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just... Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did. And then she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you. And we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey. What do you think of Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I just... I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki... She seems to bring out the worst in me. And I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person. So, for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior, despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her. But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like that's something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, just acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. And so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. I am far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it to her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. and how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. But I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah. You can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me. Because I really want to hug you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, I mean, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. And I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things. And I say things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that. And I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I would never have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways. But I'm friends with her because she puts so much effort into understanding me so that we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I am not. That there's a type of person or a magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned about my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica is caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's so unusual to her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you. Monica never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true. Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. And that's the thing, playing all the side stories after the main line, this is a different universe. The email confirms that. That's why, right? It adds an interesting layer of color because it is Monica. It's a testament to how consistent they are with the characters. Because in the cursed universe we played in, with the MC and the Monica AI going rogue, it was still Monica through and through, but turned up to the level of psycho. But here, in the quarantined hard drive, in the quarantine section of the VM, whether it's because of the MC or not, their code here is existing in their natural state. No one's overwriting anything. This is the VM working itself. And if you tear away the whole virtual machine aspect and just consider this as simply a story of high school girls coming together with forming a literature club, it can be taken that way too. So I love how there are like different readings to it. Like all of the things Monica's been trying to do, butting into everyone's problems, trying to solve problems, you could quickly go the other way and you could end up like the main line. The cursed line. Same with everyone. Sayori, Natsuki, which is what happened. Monica, when she got control of the code, same question as the email, which asked, how does having control privilege over the VM affect your ethics? Monica AI showed that she was able to push these characters to remain themselves, but to an extreme such that they were harmful to themselves. Simply put, too much of something is bad. We saw how that went in the main line. But now here, they have each other. They can support each other's weaknesses and help each other through it. So it's super wholesome. So it's like there's no wrong way of reading it because this is a game. This is still them, coded NPCs written out to act this way. But to see them in this different environment, this is very refreshing. This environment where we as players don't have agency, or we're not being put in there to mess with their code to fall in love with us. So, a very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. Well, it is a world. It is a world that I love. I prefer this to the main line, 100%. But this is the situation untouched, quarantined from everything else, as confirmed by the email. Yeah, as Magpie said, this is the control simulation. And then things went crazy. But our first experience, first impressions last, indeed. It's a good reminder that we as people, we all have the darkness inside of us. And all it takes, and I'm sorry to be quoting this, sometimes all it takes is one bad day. So, a very shy girl with long pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected, this is a bad idea after all. Oh, suddenly Monica glances toward the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Oh, this is Yuri, first entering the club room. Before she can regain her composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Oh wait, no, it's present day. Yuri, what a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Oh, thank goodness. I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back into her classroom, says something like "I gotta go" to her friends, then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. They have other lives, Sanguine. It's reassuring that in this simulator, they have lives outside of the literature club. They're not even classmates, alright? They're just clubmates. They're from different year levels in different classrooms. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh gosh, sorry. I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today. Just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. That sounds familiar. Me too! I do that too! Seems so happy. Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in there. They can just enter like random classrooms emptily. It's a Japanese thing. A Japanese high school thing. Like if the classroom is empty, you're free to just use it. After peering inside, Monica opens a classroom door. And the two of them enter. Oh damn, Sanguine. They did say something that they uncovered from data mining in the meta game. I think Don Salvato did say there are no other plans for like. This is it. This is the Doki Doki Literature Club, but there's something called Project Libertine. Was it? It's another simulation, I would say. Libertina. I don't know anything about that. I just know that it's something in the meta plot. But that's the rumored thing coming up with the next game. Who knows what it'll be about. After peering inside, Monica opens a classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches as Monica pulls two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Oh, now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her. I need to pay attention to the art because it's subtle, like the eyes move. Like you think it's static at first, but they do make some changes as the dialogue proceeds. Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Oh, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But... Never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes the word, reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other. But have we been able to separately... the key question is why we act like this towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me. Yes, it is. So... Oh look, Yuri's so focused now. I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. The same goes for Natsuki too. Oh, was that Monica? Oh, sorry, that's Monica. The same goes for Natsuki too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted. But she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. And that's where the VM continued. In the dark timeline, that was all me, just Monica. But we were able to move back. This Monica was able to move past it, so happy times. I want to do that too. So what kinds of things do you want to do for her? Oh, so what kind of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Oh, she's trying so hard. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki's feeling vulnerable. So we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. That's true. That's really true. I think first, you have to make sure that they know you're ready to respect them and listen to them, and admit the things that you feel, you could do better. Then, finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, 1 for each of those points. She's in the debate club, so she's able to help structure, like, thoughts and arguments. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. And it's consistent with Yuri. Remember when her poems became more and more unhinged? And we had that senseless jumble, not senseless, but that jumble of words. Of meaningless meaning. No, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You've spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze. But as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. For a while, they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I'm thinking about a lot. What is that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. I guess reading it, that could be a bit meta, but keeping it within this world, keeping it within this simulation. Because consistently Yuri does live in her fantasy novels. So she looks at people like, well, it's how she processes the world. Is that how you felt about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best. And everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. Oh. I have to be able to read it to help you out, It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I'd really prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughed softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage already. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. I just love how consistent the character writing here is. It's all just harkening back to what we've seen in the main line. Remember Yuri talking about how she feels that she's that person in the novel? The one who with experiments conducted on them, the weirdo, the outsider. It's just so consistent. Okay, admittedly, the midpoint was super look, it's super wholesome, but it is already reaching the threshold of I know it is a good message to say, but at some points it felt like it was, it is the writers trying to tell us something, a message, a very meaningful, wholesome message about friendship, about getting through tough times. So it did feel like, not really a sermon for me, but it felt like that we were being talked to, which is not a bad thing. But overall, it's just, I'm really loving these side stories. And the main line was so short. We just finished it in one session. And yet, somehow they've been able to take those strands and write a dozen of these short stories. And as Dan Salvato said, I think you're the one who pointed it out, Magpie. These stories just wrote themselves, according to the creators. Having that strong cast of characters, it's so magical. For our tabletop RPGs, when our PCs just have a life of its own and you just fit into their shoes and you know how you're supposed to feel or how you think or how you act. And that's just one of the magical things and I love about tabletop role-playing games and role-playing games in general. Anyway, see, the wholesomeness is just getting to me. I didn't think I'd feel this way after Life is Strange True Colors, but hey, it is a totally different kind of wholesome. I love it. I'm here for it. Alright, friendship. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage. Please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. See, and in the main line, I keep going back to that. Just thinking about the world, the VM, the simulation we had outside of these side stories. Monica literally destroyed everything. But it feels like a crisis is averted in this controlled simulation. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks. And all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. Yeah, that's true. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you'd like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course. I promise. Thank you. See, I believe this Monica when she says she's not gonna read it. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. Yeah, it's almost over. No. Oh, I like this. Oh, well, of course, tea. Did we get anything else? Oh, so wholesome. Can't take it. Well, last 4 stories. Oh, I know I'm supposed to be ending the stream, but I'd love to get I want to keep the momentum going. No, I'm gonna keep the momentum going, Magpie. We don't have time for the augmented reality parts. I'll probably just mess with that off stream. I'll ramble about it on Discord, but we're gonna finish all the side stories. Nothing can stop this momentum. Let's do it. All right. After going through trust, understanding, respect, and balance, we've been able to reflect upon our days in the literature club. And now it is time for something that everyone needs: self-love. Don't worry, there's 2 more after this. I don't know how long the bonus episode is, but it's like the epilogue. I think I'm gonna cry so hard when it finally has to end. So we're down to 1, 2, and after we watch these, 2 more will appear. So self-love. She delivered the letter. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. Yeah, I guzzled it down. And I gotta say, Dan Salvato was super accurate. His tweet saying all these side stories will take like 50% longer than the main quest, than the main line. True enough, on our stream, we would have just wrapped up our first playthrough. And there will be 50% more now in terms of time. Anyway, it's great. It's great. We're on schedule. This was expected. All right. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. Because this staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. And you get a cool vending machine to boot. See, I can see it, chat. One of my favorite drinks in any Japanese vending machine is Calpis soda. Not Calpis, right? Calpis, Calpis. Remember that. It's carbonated milk drink. It's like the Korean version, I guess, here is Milkis. But I love Calpis products. Sounds bad when I actually say it out loud. Point is, that's Calpis in this. I love it. Anyway, because this staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. It's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Let me guess, you'll be interrupted. Oh no. No! I mean, yes, but also no. Yes, no. Natsuki probably came here to read the letter, or at least needed time to think as well, and she thought this is a secluded spot. It's meant to be. Okay. Okay, this is it, chat. I'm so invested. What are you doing here? I just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. And even if it's just static shots, I can imagine this, I take it back. Like, yeah, I know like the mainline story required it being a game and you having an input as a player to have the full effect. But these side stories could be like vignette, an anthology of like anime, like a short, limited anime series. Like I could just imagine the shots now and just this tension between them and fidgeting between the fingers and the reflection on the vending machine and the construction behind them to allude to how their relationship is like a work in progress, just like staircase is always in maintenance. Anyway, I love this. Yuri notices, well, it's a visual novel already, so okay, fine. A light novel's different, but I'd watch a limited anime series of this, of the Literature Club. I'm sure there's an anime about the Literature Club. I just haven't been watching a lot of anime lately. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. I'm actually curious, how much have I actually read? Like, if you have the whole script, including side stories, of Doki Doki, how thick is it? And how much have you read on stream? This is the most I've ever read on stream, out loud, ever. Yeah, I agree, Magpie. As these stories can definitely stand alone, but our experience with them in the mainline, with the game, you can't discount that fact. It was really a crucial part of these side stories. They influence each other, and they complement each other, I mean to say. Anyway, sorry. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seems to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances all around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean,
it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You you know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems like a good idea. I have some long hair too. It's okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything anymore. Anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, it seems to mean at least something. Though it's not clear what that may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up, their empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club. Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at talking about this stuff. I just can't for some reason. I don't know why. But I want to. Eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today, she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh. You're here again? It's like, okay, we shared that moment the first time, and now it's like, okay, now this is awkward, you're here again. I just came here to read this, because there aren't any people around here. Oh my god. Wait, Sanguin. Is this what we saw in her collection? Or what Sayori almost saw in her collection? Is this her erotic manga? Okay, wait, no, we're getting ahead of ourselves, chat. Okay. Well, I just came here to read this because there aren't any people around here. Oh? I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't. But there's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. That's good. Yeah, although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? Oh, okay, maybe it's not. It's just her manga. Yeah, I don't care. Right, it's just her manga, and sadly, we understand why. Because if her friends caught her reading her manga, you know how it goes. But why doesn't she just read in the club room? We'll see. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap. Oh wait, it's lunchtime. Sorry, it's lunchtime. It's not club time. Parfait girls.
Oh, if you wait long enough, the dialogue box disappears. Anyway, I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since, like, they all just assumed I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Oh, she's in hiding. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly. But I just don't want it to come up again now, after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are into manga? Not unless online friends count. In Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it. You know what I mean? Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least just look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone is constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. If you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Chat, they're all updated. They are one with the times. What am I saying? Doki Doki was first released in 2017. We've been having online friends since like Friendster and MySpace. Well, and MMOs. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We were all just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I used a pseudonym. Okay, I never got to the point of like writing. Okay, maybe I did write. I wrote fanfiction, but not like, you know, erotic fanfiction or anything like that. Or not romantic fanfiction. Just fanfiction of the worlds of the video games I love to play in. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I used a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now, we'll think the same thing about our current selves. Plot twist, you will. The same way where I'm looking at myself now, like my high school self. Actually, I'm not embarrassed about my high school self. I'm really not. But Magpie, I already revealed about my cringe poetry face, alright? But nobody's found that yet. So we're good, we're good. Probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me. Especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future, coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow. I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile, as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. The conversation ends quickly and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour. But the whole time, Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having so abruptly forced the end of their conversation. Aw, don't worry, they'll be able to talk again when she... Oh, it's like an unspoken thing between them. I mean, second time's a coincidence. Third time, you expect your friend to be there at the staircase. You're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. She didn't make her own tea. As if hearing us, Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. Oh no, she bought it for her. What, like, for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I mean, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought... Oh, never mind. What I meant to say is... Thank you. And that it's a really nice gesture. I love how awkward these two are. And yet they're still able to communicate. It's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It is the other things that I didn't mean. I swear. Please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot too. So, I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something nice for you next time. Please, don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. There are just other things I'd rather do during lunch lately. I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. I like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. So when I'm, I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined the literature club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good with just putting up with it, because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not gonna demand for everyone around me to change. But... yeah, I know. Monica and Sayori really don't agree with that kind of thing. But they're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry. None of this has anything to do with you. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. That's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. Do you think it's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so... I don't know. Does that mean I should just keep going? If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some things that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot. And we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh. I'm bad at a lot of those things. So? Are those all things that are important to you? Well, kind of. But they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Sayori really likes your baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Excuse me? How about you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about? Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs, and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. You can't just compare friends like that and measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not. You like it? Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're all like, "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes. And decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or I want to say something mean. Why the hell am I like that? You don't have to answer that. I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with the pages of her book. How come you like reading so much? Oh, well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive. Like I want to be a part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strong emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people. So, in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really? It's that hard for you to be around people? Like, all the time? Fairly often. Especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all of that, I don't know what to do. And I just disengage. Oh. That doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one. And I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly that it makes my heart ache. Yeah. Me too. Really? A lot. Like, more than anything. After Natsuki mutters that, silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. And the tea is warm. Sanguine, they never drank that tea. Alright, no additional metaverse stuff. We're down to the last part before the epilogue. Oh boy. Let's learn more about self-love from the Doki Doki Literature Club. Content warning, self-hate, and social anxiety. Ready yourself. Content warning, self-hate, and social anxiety. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today, She's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while.
Is that so?
Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I had to come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share with them. So I figured I would share with them too. As she sits down, Natsuki opens the lid of her container.
You made cupcakes.
You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown, with dark green frosting immaculately shaped into a floral pattern and topped with some kind of glittery powder.
How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it. I just made them.
I just thought that because green is Monica's favorite color, right?
Green like her eyes.
Well, yeah, but that's not really...
Yuri takes a small bite.
This is green tea flavored.
Oh! This is if we find out if she actually likes matcha.
I love green tea.
Well, there you go. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Don't laugh at me.
I'm not. I just felt happy.
Oh,
sorry. Usually when... Never mind.
What I mean is that I'm glad.
Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice.
And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them from past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look.
How did you get into baking?
Oh, well, I don't know. It kinda just always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago, I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got like super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyway. It's like, baking is like art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too.
I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards.
Yeah, maybe you're too practical for it.
I think I prefer to be in the receiving end.
That's my other favorite part about it. It's something I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like unconditionally. Everyone is always so thankful, and in that moment, you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel
valued?
Yeah, I guess that.
So you were able to make up with your friends today?
There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything.
You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood.
It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool. And that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse.
So, they're not going to stop?
I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now when I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh. Oh. I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad that situation is resolved. And that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah. Me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me. But it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. Then she shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know. And I like them very much, exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not going to take it from you. No! They were for making you happy. You make me happy. Oh, that's such an anime moment. And then imagining Natsuki going and then slow-mo, close-up shot. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you. And be your friend. Ah, more sad bling blong. Without warning, tears pour forth from Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. And it feels so wrong when you say those things about me. Those nice things about me. Nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No, I am. I'm so difficult, and I can't think of even a single thing about myself that somebody would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person. Like to be nice and do the thing you wrote about in the letter. I knew if I tried in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know, I think a lot of these negative things too, about myself. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say. And later, I feel like I said all the wrong things. And I just spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So, I understand some of that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues and hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself. That makes you a good person. So don't worry so much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around. And you're not shy. And you know how to make people laugh. And you're very passionate about things. And you know how to take the lead. And you care a lot about other people. And just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. Don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile. Then, she sighs as it fades again. I don't know why this is such a sad line for me. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time. But then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? Just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back. So ditching them all the time feels like... I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. I really don't know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles while she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something so scary. To do what? you know, to end it with them? Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. I wasn't. Until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it. So much that it feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. It's terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone. Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with. Not being able to replace what I have with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? Not physically, but... Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki. What? If anyone even thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Sorry. I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. Sure. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds on to that feeling, knowing it will give her courage. Oh no. Content warning, anxiety and panic attacks. Content warning, anxiety and panic attacks. Oh shit, are things gonna get super serious? I mean, everything's been serious so far, but... Ah, you're here first today. Mm-hmm. And you brought reading material. Mm-hmm. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. No! They're going meta now. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just nothing left. It makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of the series. Oh, that sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I want it to go on forever. Maybe. But there are some things that I wish could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Oh, yeah, definitely. I can think of at least one thing I've read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through when the ending really sucked. So it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like, with friends. At the mall or downtown or whatever. I'm not a total shut-in, you know? My bad for making assumptions. Oh, you know, I'm gonna confess, I never finished Community. I never got to finish it. But I heard it is a great ending. And endings are hard to stick. Well, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends and arbitrarily spend time like that. Yuri plays board games, chat. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter. It's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask anyway? I was just curious. I just realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Oh, I'm 100%. I'm sure she has like a whole cast of NPCs and PCs. It's totally something Yuri would do. Uh-oh, it's serious, sad time music. No, serious, wholesome, sad time, happy, sad. All the emotions music. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees into her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she may have said or done. Oh, did I do something? And then Natsuki's like, I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them. And then I just blocked them because I'm so afraid of their responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick, and I want to hit my head against things. Please help. Please help. I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this. So I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. Then she puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good and safe place, where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri's only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles, while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe and comfortable physical space. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it has passed, but Yuri's determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her so. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that going to keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future, but I think it'll naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. Do you really mean that? You're probably gonna regret saying that if you do. How so? Because probably gonna have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want to drag you around to a lot of places. I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember? The first day that you came to the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor. But for me, you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. Slim Shady Pros, welcome to the stream. We're just wrapping up the side stories of Doki Doki Literature Club. How's it going? Thanks for the follow. You a fan of Doki Doki? Good. It's getting a bit emotional from these scenes because they're great. Yuri shakes her head. It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Sanguine Fenris, you win all the internet cookies today. You guessed Yuri's favorite flavor. We got that a lot, Shady Pros. And the game has something to say about that. If you don't know about this game, it's actually psychological horror. You won't believe me now because the side stories are about the literature club itself. It is an experience I recommend. Even if you don't play visual novels, it's actually a very serious and heavy psychological horror game. It doesn't seem like it now because the side stories are wholesome slice of life anime. It is what it is. But yeah, the main line itself, the thing is, it'd spoil you. Let me just say that it is intentionally packaged this way to make people believe that it's a totally innocent dating sim. It isn't. And spoilers would really... Yeah, we already finished the main story. So all the psychological horror aspects, all the really dark and crazy shit, we're done. So the side stories are more like a love letter to the characters. So it's, 100% wholesome, dealing with real social issues and mental health issues, and it's just about the characters themselves trying to grapple with that. The main line itself is totally separate from these side stories. I would recommend playing it, especially with not knowing what will happen. Because the way it's presented now, and there's nothing to be ashamed about that. I am on the weeb side of the game, of the visual novel. But congratulations, Sanguine. You guessed it right. This is Black Forest, chocolate and raspberry. It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. And these are the last stories, so we're almost done with the game. Then they'll wrap up our playthrough, and we move on to the next game. But thanks for stopping by. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is that fancy? I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry's my favorite. What a coincidence. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have the sick feeling in my stomach. But it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that'll make this easy for me. And you already did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that it helped me understand my needs a little bit better. The way I like to be treated. The kinds of friends that I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place. Even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first. With the help of Sayori. But you said... I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to whatever, you know what I'm saying. Well, I guess I'm glad you worked up the courage. Even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave. And it'll make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean... like you? Yes. Like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now. But I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. And it feels really nice to be reassured. The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air, a feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting where the 4 club members will happily spend time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next, Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. So freaking wholesome. Alright, we're down to the epilogue, and that's goodbye for now. Oh, self-love, self-care. Don't forget that. But yeah, congratulations, Black Forest. You win. Oh, yeah. All right, this is a letter. Side stories. Oh, it's just one part. It's the last part. I'd just like to thank everyone for coming in and showing their support and being with me since the first stream of Doki Doki. Does he win a Black Forest slice? Not that easy. Though it has been a while since I've had Black Forest. I love Black Forest cake. Black Forest ice cream. Let's have Black Forest next time. Alright. We've gone through trust, understanding, respect, balance, reflection, self-love, and now we bid farewell to the Doki Doki Literature Club. And well, perhaps I'll be seeing some of you back on another day of streaming. Cheese ice cream sales are pretty good. Cheese ice cream with ube stacked up. Ice cream from street vendors piled up high. Hell yeah. Alright, am I ready for this? Not entirely. But all good things must come to an end. Okay, everyone. We're gonna be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking, since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know? Oh my god, it's the festival, and it's not sad. Oh, Sayori and I already came up with a really good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah, so the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then we take a map and plan the most efficient route so we can get to most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that has nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. Alright, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically, we get all the food we can, then we come back here and we all eat it together. That's all. Wow. I got tricked twice by the same joke. Boo. Don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen the new interest in club. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. We really get a shot at showing people that what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission and still put together a public event. Oh my gosh, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club. Well, that's kind of tough because everyone gets something different out of the club. Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build. Yeah, that's too embarrassing. Oh, but you'd have so much to talk about. That's exactly why. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, but I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's the literature club. We talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh, yeah, I love festival time, man. School fair? Hell yeah. Well, no more school fairs, but it is good back then. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant. It's not good to say suck it up because it sounds like their feelings don't matter. Right. My bad. It's just a habit I need to break. Well, anyway, who's gonna start? I'll start. I was the first to join after all. Wouldn't that be me? No, I want to go first. Fine, fine. You can start. I don't mind. Yay! So. Gosh. It feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. It seemed like it would be a safe way to express myself. You know, like if it's just a poem, then I can share it without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would be a really good way to get to know other people too. So, yeah, I was really surprised when I walked in and it was just Monica. And she was sleeping! Don't remind me of that. Oh gosh. Yeah, but it seemed like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much. I wanted to see it help other people too. But it ended up being me who was surprised. Because I remember feeling like Monica was just so sweet and mature, and that I could just trust her with anything. It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the literature club was going to be special for a lot of people. Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it really helped for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's different needs. And that makes me really happy, because my friends are just the most important thing to me. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too. I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you. Really? Mm-hmm. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came was to find other people who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with. So when Sayori tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key. I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component of friendship. I once thought so too. Sayori and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do, or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club thanks to that. And I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better. You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed. Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who is easily liked by others, like the two of you can. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, also, I discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write, rather than speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need. Oh my gosh! You're so cute! I'm gonna throw up! Okay, please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. Hey, isn't that my line? Oh. Well, For me, it's actually true. So... What? What are you saying? Nothing. I finished my part so somebody else take their turn. My heart. Sayori. Take some deep breaths. Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you get out of the club. I did? Yeah. A regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. Oh no, I forgot about that too. I'm a traitor to the Cupcake Queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No! I can't eat that many cupcakes. Yeah, true. Only Yuri can. Hey! Hahaha, well, anyway, I'm just putting off talking. Kinda hard to talk about this stuff. But I guess what it comes down to is that I'm in a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It is honestly a really painful thing to go through. Having to cut them all out. It still hurts to think about it. I'm sorry, Natsuki. It's fine. I knew it was for the best. And I was right. I guess for me, it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings. So I thought the right thing to do was to just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took the time to respect my feelings. Even when I was being like the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I was really the worst. Natsuki's voice chokes a little. Oh, Natsuki, we love you, Natsuki. I just hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me and I could never do anything in return. It's not true. Natsuki, you've done a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It's like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what a literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that is more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down. Okay. Natsuki wipes her eyes. You helped me a lot too. It's so much fun to have you around. And you helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you. And you always deserve that. I agree. Seeing us have some of the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say, so Monica can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best of other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made the mistake multiple times, thinking that my way was the best for everyone. Or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect. And that the best thing you can do is to help guide people, rather than to do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think this is the most important thing I've gotten out of the club. Realizing what that really means. Sayori, what are you doing? I just thought we should be writing some of these down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Sayori writes the word trust on the chalkboard. This is because he showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side. Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes, understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was so difficult for me to express myself. In that case, Monica takes a piece of chalk as well and writes the word respect. I always thought I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was much more to it than I thought. And I'm a better person because of it. I have another one! Sayori writes balance. Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship, or they need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me. Yuri writes reflection. I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people, and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that's the most important one for me. It's great. We have a whole list of things now. Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk. Don't look at me like that. Jeez. You could have just asked. Monica hands her piece of chalk to Natsuki. Then Natsuki sighs and writes, self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right track. So there, that's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is! We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Hey, let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, you're right. Make sure to send it to me after. Oh, wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us. Everyone get together. I can't fit you all in. Okay. Okay. Everyone ready? And click. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members. Yeah! I have so many happy thoughts right now. I'm getting some really good inspiration for a poem. You know? I feel the same way. I kinda wanna get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but I might not feel like sharing it. That's okay. The 4 members of the literature club disperse and return to their desks, each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance, then start writing immediately. Sayori stretches, then does the same. But Monica is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start. Just move your hand, Monica mouths to herself. Right the way into your heart. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monica navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. goodbye for now. And they will continue to write poetry. And who knows who else will join the literature club. That was a lot. We did it, chat. We got through it all. Goodbye, literature club. But don't forget, the metaverse is still out there. But what a wholesome, happy ending. Especially after experiencing the main line. This is one of the things you would not expect after playing in the main game. You'd not expect any of this at all. And then they go and decide to, hey, you know, we can write a story without getting all horror and creepy and dark and shit. I mean, it did go into dark places, but it's still very supportive and wholesome and positive and optimistic. I need to thank you guys for recommending this game to me again. It's such a wholesome experience. Honestly, like, we've had people come in and look at the game and judge me and judge us for it. But that's precisely what the game talks about. And it's just kind of sad. It's like, I'm not even mad. It's just sad that there are a lot of people out there that, for one reason or the other, can't seem to accept that stories can come in many shapes and forms. Good stories. And this was one of them. Now I'd love to leave it on that note, on a very positive, happy note. We just got mail. That is a really cute photo. Look at that. I'm gonna set it as a desktop. Oh, they do a they do a funny face. Now let's set this as the wallpaper. Metaverse can't trouble us now. We got the full soundtrack for now, I think. Soundtrack is available. Let's check the mail. I don't think this is gonna affect our... Look, we ended on a happy note, but the metaverse still exists. Let's get this. Rotether, binary data in VM2. This is like a teaser for, I guess, how Doki Doki still exists. Subject, binary data in VM2. I made some new headway with VM2. Don't get too excited. It's still impossible to establish any kind of stable connection. But it occurred to me that I could at least run a memory dump through some pattern analysis routines to see if we can decipher any digital data from their VM. I didn't want to hog all the server time on a hunch, but I have some preliminary results that indicate the presence of binary computer systems. Based on this, I'm going to schedule 3 days of server time next week to isolate any chunks of memory that appear to be binary data. If successful, we'll definitely be able to find some encoded text and get our first tiny glimpse of VM2. Don't mind me though, just keep going nuts on VM1, and hopefully I'll have more to share soon. What is going on? And how do we learn more about the meta story? Let's not think about it too hard. Like, VM1 is probably the DLC. We've played the different versions of the VM. The side stories being a clean copy of it. Others not so much. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff here to look at, like meeting notes and test. I'm gonna be diving into this. Yeah. Some of the files, like meeting notes, system, merge memory, set map, tower keys. I think this is it. Well, part of it. But the mystery will have to wait. Let's just enjoy the moment. We'll learn more about the literature club. I'm really grateful we went through the side stories. I think, yeah, they really deserve that. Each character deserved all that. So thank you everyone for for being here for the conclusion for Doki Doki Literature Club Plus playthrough. All good things must come to an end. I didn't expect to love it this much, but that was quite the ride. Thank you, Sanguine, for being here and being with me on this journey because we both didn't have an idea what the hell was gonna happen. Three Eyed Magpie, thank you for supporting and really hyping this up. Bloody Mary as well for recommending it, and everyone who's come into the stream to express how they, well, how they loved the Dokis. Over the weeks, well, again, it's a very emotional ride. Over the next weeks, I'll be able to process things a bit better, see things with a clearer perspective, but the game simply it just makes you feel good. Makes you feel great, makes you feel thoughtful, and just actually gives you a bit of hope that we're really not alone. So thank you to the Doki Doki Literature Club, to these AI written by, of course, written by humans, but it's a game. That's not just a game. It is a story. And stories have the power to help us through dark days. And this is one of them. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for Returnal. We'll be pushing through with that. Wednesdays will be clear for now. I need to catch up on a few projects. So it'll be a busy week of streams. For the people who enjoy this content, please consider following us on Twitter and Instagram if you wish to become a part of the community, talk about Doki Doki spoilers, or talk about anything under the sun. The Discord link is there in the About section below. Everything you need to know about Tabletop Cinema are there in the panels on Twitch. And that's all I have to say for plugging things. I still feel really good about this. This is a bright ray of sunshine in the weeks to come. I've always looked forward to playing this game. So it's goodbye to them for now. It's not just Monica. It's just Yuri. It's just Sayori. It's just Monica. It's just Natsuki. It's the Literature Club, everyone. Have a great day. And take care.